Hi everyone, good evening. I hope you're all well. It's good to see you guys. I hope you're all ready for more,
Good evening, Twiggie and
for
chat.
starting chapter 7, the final chapter of this game. Thank you for the bits, Pierce. We're starting Luke's chapter tonight, which is chapter 7. The last one where hopefully everything will come to an end. It's a long one. It's a long chapter, the longest so far according to the branching tree, but we also know that there are a lot of overlapping branches here, so it's not quite as long as it looks. But it's still gonna take a while, which I am very okay with. We never read his profile. Since this is the first time we're playing as him, we ended right as we started the chapters. We haven't done anything. I'm gonna read his profile just because they do offer some interesting information. He's a high school dropout, privately tutored. He likes bread pudding.
Friend.
Aww.
9 months of the best streamer on Twitch. Here's to 90 more.
Tugboat, thank you so much. Happy Twitch baby. Thank you very, very much for the 9 months. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Super kind. He likes bread pudding, dogs, wine and absinthe, piano playing, daffodils, money, women, and power. Sounds about right. Hi, yes, alien. Hi, some guy. Gonna be thrown completely into this since I haven't had much time to watch. It's, yeah, it can probably be a little confusing if you're coming right into this without having watched everything, because it's a complicated game. There's a lot of story, and there's a lot of different branches that the game can go in. Hi, Skipples. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you guys. Alright. Let's get into it. A prostitute's son, he spent his childhood roaming the streets, begging and pickpocketing in order to avoid home. Home meant a too-drunk mother and her equally drunk clients, some of who would take to beating the child out of anger if he so much as looked at them wrong. That meant he was always in trouble in one form or another. Nothing was done to correct it until, in a sober moment, his mother found out about abuse and promised to take better care of her son. Luke was happy for a while, but his mother's bad habits led to an early grave and left him orphaned until his biological father, a businessman with no legitimate heir, sought him out. He was trained to inherit right enterprise, but along the way got mixed up with illegal activities. That put the company in a bad spot after his assistant ran off with a large sum of dirty money. Bankruptcy would have been inevitable if he hadn't married Hana. See you, Ninja! Have a safe drive home! Of course he has a tragic backstory trait. I predicted a long time ago that his mother is dead, and the reason he likes daffodils so much is because that was like his mother's favorite flowers, and they're on her grave or something. That's been my prediction for a long time. Yeah. I forgot, which day is this? I didn't catch... Should we just reload? I just want to see if it shows what day this is. It doesn't. Okay. That's unfortunate. We'll find out. Hi, Joey! Hi, Dr. G-Generator! Good to see you guys. Another long and exhausting day at work, and I still have much to do. Sometimes I wonder why I still bother. I can surely afford to retire, leave the businesses to trusted colleagues. Even if they make enough to only break even, I have enough money to last us a lifetime or 3. I can send 7 children to college if I had any, not that I plan to. But the problem is obvious, isn't it? I don't trust any of our odds. It has to be me because they might get it wrong. I don't want to retire and suddenly wake up one day to only find that everything has gone down the shitter. Maybe I should hire my Kala as a personal assistant. She seems capable and trustworthy enough. Hi, Akalia. I'm sorry to hear about you and your girlfriend, Richie. It's hard to find someone who isn't trying to butter me up and trying to curry flavor with me.
Christ, I'm knackered. Who do I have to kill to have fewer problems around here?
I'm not really allowed to complain. I chose this path. But that doesn't stop me from doing so as I throw my shoes off and let them land wherever they please. Petty, maybe, but there's a certain joy that comes with stepping on the carpeted staircase with nothing but my socks on. I'll accept no distractions. It's October 29th? So we'd start off his chapter on October 29th. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's the day Hana gets possessed. Ooh. Alright. I'll accept no distractions. I can call up Shrukin for a sandwich, but that's probably it. Is that what he calls his butler? I've got a suitcase filled with contracts to check over and sign before I can retire for the night. I'm also waiting for a call from Suarez on any updates regarding the IT leaks, a real cause for concern. It's the reason there have been investigations on me. Had it been a new thing, I would have let it run its course. Yeah, Lady Takali is a German butler. They call him Johannes. But it's been going on far too long, nearly 3 years for me to just take on a passive role in the affair. I've only kept my head this far because I've managed to mitigate most of the damage with several favors. And some grand puppeteer to ensure the high-profile law enforcement and government officials keep me out of trouble. I'm shocked. But who knows how long it could stay that way? The powers are shifting and the currents can be unpredictable. This whole exit business is already shaking things up and upsetting the balance. It's only with great care that I stay where I am, but the smallest of efforts can unravel all that I've done. It certainly won't help if I'm being accused of things, whether I'm guilty of them or not, because some computer chump thinks he can play a game with me. And, well, shit. It'll be a miracle if I get to sleep tonight, though that's hardly surprising news. But before I can even take a step into the study, a voice from the bedroom calls out to me. How do we end Ash's chapter? Everyone survived? As far as we know. We decided to try to talk him out of it. And Hana, who was possessed, came at the staircase, and it's basically where it ended. And then, just out of curiosity, I was allowed to choose the path where we disarmed him, and Ash died. And we didn't go through with that. We didn't go through with that. We only did this one. Yeah, Marianne is there. Marianne is alive, and so that's good. That's good, but we didn't get a final resolution to what actually happened. We only saw that Hana came in and basically stopped them. Or stopped Luke, I suppose. So I assume that will sort of be the thing that we see when we come to November 1st as Luke. At least I hope so. Voice from the bedroom calls out to me.
Luke, darling, you're finally home.
Is this before or after she's possessed? Because she gets possessed today.
Why don't you be a dear and come in here?
And I hesitate for a moment. I do have work to be done, but I suppose greeting my wife as I get home is only proper. Recap for those who had to wake up to go to school. Well, where did you end off? Because I don't remember exactly when everyone leaves, so it's hard for me to recap. It's hard to recap the entire chapter. Around midnight, yeah, but where in the game? I don't know where I was in the game around midnight. But basically, we broke into the mansion and we found Marianne in the basement. We freed her, and then the house started shifting. Every time we went through doors, there would be a different room there, and we ended up running into Luke, who had a gun and threatened to kill us, and God, there were so many paths. And we tried talking him out of it, and we believe that we managed to talk him out of it because we didn't see anyone die. Yeah, the butler was there, and he trapped Ash in the attic where we were in chapter 1, tried to kill him. Isabella saved him, and then as we went down with Isabella, we saw Zack and Marianne, and we were all together for the final sort of breakdown. I've already been gone for most of the week, unless I needed to be here before work on the house. So, with a sigh, I head towards the bedroom. The feeling that came to me as I entered the room are definitely mixed. She's not wearing a pendant. so it's hard to tell when this is. For one, I'm somewhat floored by the sight that greets me. Then there's confusion. Exasperation is strangely there as well. And, to be expected, there's desire. She's a divine goddess, or rather, she's a horrible temptress. What man wouldn't be attracted by that? I guess they could be a sausage jockey. But that's beside the point, and it's not relevant to the situation I find myself in right now. This is nice and all, but why does she have to go and do this now, of all nights?
My love, the bed is awfully cold without you.
The matter of fact is, I've never seen Hannah all pimped up like this since our first year of marriage. There must be something special to bring on such an act. Our wedding anniversary has already passed, so that can't be it. Hannah's birthday is in April, and mine is in August, so it can't be any of those either. So what in bloody blazes brought this on? Is Hannah drunk?
Why don't you just, take a rest? I'll be busy all night.
Is that answer too cold? I don't mean it to be. She certainly doesn't look amused.
Come on over and stop being a boring old man. Work can wait.
Maybe I can entertain her just for a while? It's a tempting idea. But no, I'll never get any work done that way. And imagine how horrible it would be to get a call from Suarez in the middle of a shag. That would certainly kill the mood and piss me off more than anything. It'll be even worse if Kylie steals the phone from him, as his little ankle biter is prone to do unless her father is locked in a room. Hi, Nikrena. Good evening. Just thinking about the possibility is weird and turns me off from even trying anything.
I'm afraid it can't, Buttercup. But hey, it's Sunday tomorrow. We can go out for dinner right after. Somewhere nice like that Italian restaurant you wanted to try out?
Why don't we skip dinner tomorrow and eat out tonight?
Whoa there, why don't we slow down? Looks like someone is in the mood, but hey, there's a time and place for everything.
I grew up in a house where sex was a constant thing. It's just a thing that the body does, more or less. Sometimes it comes with social implications, supposedly. With paper-thin walls and a mother like that, with that horrible job of hers, made me think that way. It's on the 29th, Nikrena. It's the day she gets possessed, but we don't know if this is before or after the possession. And we don't know, because right after the party where, Roshan? I believe that was her name? When she, barged in and said that she was pregnant with Luke's baby. After that, Hana became extremely possessive over him, and then later that night, she was possessed by the ghost. But I learned later on that that isn't the case for everybody. Don't want to explain this screen at work, so should we just hang out here for like an hour or so? No, but she was kind of like that before she got possessed that night, Saima. She was extremely possessive. If we're going out of the assumption that the necklace is what caused the possession, that might not be it, but we didn't see her as a ghost until after she put on the necklace. This thing. But even before she put that on, she was like extremely... like... My prince, never leave me, I want to be with you forever, I don't want anyone else to ever look at you, you know? So this could be just a part of that. Suffice to say, this is really odd, for her at least. I'm quite sure she never grew up in a sexually promiscuous home like I did. She grew up with a well-to-do, normal, and decent family. And in the 7 years we've been married, she's never acted this aggressive about sex. We do it when the mood comes to that, but never like this. And when I'm in the mood and she isn't, that's about the time I go to town to have my back scratched. What a healthy relationship. I've got nothing to be guilty of, I believe, as long as it's just lust and not love. That's a good way to explain it, I guess. I'm just really confused and trying to come to grips with the reality as it is presented to me.
Well, this is the place, but now is not a good time, darling.
Hi, Fari.
Like I said, I have plenty of important work to be done. Any other night, this would be great. Excellent, splendid. But not right now, okay?
How she can wear the legwear? It's probably like silicone edge in here.
I suppose if that's what you want. I can have my prince another time.
A chill runs up my spine as she calls me that again. My prince. Is she going through some midlife crisis? I know she's not the sort to play pretend with that sort of thing. Now that I think about it, this is probably some dream. Perhaps I've been exposed to something. Jesus, I've gone and fucked my own brain over. That can be the only explanation. Or at least the only explanation my mind wants to accept right now. Hi, Massander. But if it were, I should probably accept her offer, no? But on the off chance that it isn't, I shouldn't. I either chose fuck someone over. Quite literally at that.
Yes, that's right. Another time. So if you could put your dress back on. It's really chilly right now, isn't it? You don't want to catch a cold if we're going out tomorrow.
Thankfully, she's done as she's told, which puts this strange episode to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, she had to put the dress back on so painfully and seductively slow. I suspect she knows the things she does to me. As much as I'd like to have the engine running, there are things to be done to make sure we can keep on enjoying a glamorous life as we do now.
I'm starting to think you don't find me beautiful anymore.
She's definitely very independent. Okay. Her eyes, don't her eyes look a little bit lighter as well? Yeah, she's definitely super possessed.
Is that what brought this on then? You are an angel. A goddess, Hana. Of all the flowers in this garden, you are by far the most beautiful and rarest of them all. Every bloke would want to be with you, and every lady would want to be you. I'm sure it goes the other way around too. I'm lucky to have you, and I don't know how you put up with the likes of me. I'm really sorry, darling, but it really isn't a good time.
I don't quite think little Luke is up for some fun just yet either. Not after the blow he had been dealt with by a violent ginger harpy. That's right, that was the thing we did. Hi Simon, good evening. I have heard of that, yes, Retreat. It does hurt me to see her upset because of something I've done or said. It always does. One can't always get his or her way though. At least society would like to believe in order to soften the blow of disappointment. And I'll have to take their side on that, just this once. Hi Hope! Yeah, we are on Luke. Luke. This chapter, I wonder... These have to be related to her other endings, right? No one died since last time, Simon! No one! And yes, this is the necklace that possessed her. She's super possessed right now. Pulling her in for a hug and a peck of the cheek, I'm quick to pull away before I change my mind and make it more than that. I can at least give her those.
Chin up and smile. You'll get wrinkles frowning like that. And beauty sleep helps.
You fell asleep around when Ash met Marianne. They made it up into the mansion and they looked around. The butler tried to kill Ash, and then Isabella came, and then the house started shifting, and then we met with Zack and Marianne, and then Luke was there, tried to kill us, and then we talked him out of it. And then possessed Hana came and did something, and then it ended. And we didn't get to see how it ended. And then we started here. Did Becca guilt trip Ash in the mirror? They all did. All of his friends guilt tripped him in the mirror. Not Becca in particular, but it was like all of his friends were there saying awful things to him. It wasn't my fault, Skibbles.
Of course, my prince. I suppose I can do with the sleep.
The smile that lights up on her face is enough to make me forget about the oddity that just transpired. I still don't understand this whole prince thing, though I'll let it slide for now. Seeing her with her golden locks and that silver dress, it almost makes her queenly, with due respect to her majesty, of course. We haven't seen the ghost as Becca, have we? I don't remember that. I don't think we have. No. Despite that, there's just something off.
Hana, before I go, what happened to your necklace? The blue diamond?
The ghost knew someone who was a prince? Maybe, we don't know. Could be. Hi, Snow Time! The fact that she seems confused feels off.
Whatever do you mean? Oh, that old thing. It's somewhere in the vanity drawer, I think.
And to be so aloof about it?
What? But wasn't that from your father?
It was a priceless heirloom, to be exact, handed down from one generation of Evans to the next, whether it be a wife or a daughter or of an Evans. I know that Hana treasures it so, especially after it was given to her with her own mother's passing. Then, what is with that ugly thing dangling around her neck? It looks more like a choking hazard than anything.
It was, of course it was. I just thought a change would be nice.
I hope you had a great time, Snowtime. That sounds really nice. Look awfully like you looking at it. Yes. Yup. I don't think I've ever seen her wear anything else in its place. A change, it is, but not an entirely welcome one at that.
I see. I suppose that makes sense. Well, not that it matters, but I like the old necklace better. At the very least, we can have it cleaned and polished while you're not wearing it. Remind me to have that done in the morning.
Whatever you wish, my prince.
Right. You have a good night then, Buttercup.
With a shake of my head, I don't waste any more time than I've already done. Heavy suitcase in hand, I head straight into the study and dive right into the contracts. There's a whole stack of them too, mostly to do with property management. Nonetheless, careful works need to be put into them as with anything else. My attorneys have already checked them over, but I like to be precise. I'm not going to sign if there's even a single line I do not like. It's a long way into the night when the coldness envelops the room. I suspect at first that it's merely just the usual chill. But the heaters have been turned on, as the strange sunny weather that's been gracing us as of late has come to an end. The door is barely open, just by a crack, though I shut it in case that might help. Satisfied, though not as much as I would have liked, the room still feels freezing. I make my way back to the mess of documents waiting for me at the table. I wonder how different this chapter would be if Hana wasn't possessed. We have no idea, Nakrena. We started playing him today and it's on the 29th. And he hasn't shown any signs of seeing a ghost before, but we have no idea. Just a few more and I can get that well-deserved rest, get out of this place and dive into the warm comforts of my bed. Then maybe, if Hana is still up for it. Well, it's more than enough motivation. Hi, Tiger! Good evening. Oh, is it darkness surrounding him, though? Yeah, we've seen that as other characters, that whenever they see Luke, or sometimes when they see Luke, there's this dark shadow behind him. Parking my rear back on the chair, I begin my work with the last of the blasted papers, more than ready to be done with everything and turn in for the night. Only for another chill to startle me to stop. And that's when I feel the hairs on my back of my neck stand on end. Eyes boring at the back of my head, a brush of air just at the nape when I glance back. Reflected in a lone portrait of the room, someone stands behind me, just by the study door I closed moments ago, though I did not hear it open. Perhaps it's Hana, trying to be sneaky, or Shuriken being bell end of a spook as usual.
Do I really have to ask people to knock before they enter? Seriously now, this is anarchy, and I'll have you know—
We just started playing as him 20 minutes ago, Nakrena. We haven't even progressed one day as him. So this is apparently the first ghost sighting. I turn, but there's nothing.
Huh. Must have been a trick of the light. It is getting late and I should really go to bed myself. Just have to finish looking over a few more contracts and...
Orchestra competition. Oh, exciting. Congratulations on winning. Well done. Yes, just finish signing these and I can have some rest. Maybe arrange for a day off in the morning. Sighing, I steel myself for a long night of dry paperwork. God, it's all the way at the end. Still, the feeling that I'm being watched stays with me through the night. And with the sun rising comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. That's gotta be... That's Zach. And I have very fine tastes. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reached even the study, I am very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only good thing in this ruckus that the ruckus has chased away the needling guilt from last night's commotion, if only temporary. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that it's going to be a long day. It hasn't even started. When was the mirror taken from the study to the cellar? That was when they moved in. Hang on. That was early. I believe it was like here or something. They moved in somewhere around here. 26th, maybe? Okay, 25th or the 26th, something like that. We're on the 30th right now. This is all housewarming, and I believe it was somewhere between the 25th and the 27th. No, they already... So 25th or the 26th. We're on the 30th right now. That's another mirror? This? No, I think this is just where the mirror was. I don't think it's here anymore. Before the racket even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the chair and heading straight for the main door. There will be a murder today if this doesn't let up. Yeah, the reflection was in the painting of the glass on the painting, yeah. How quaint. It seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting on my nerves as of late.
God and Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
This explains why he was answering the door all dressed up in his suit, though, because he never went to bed. Don't apologize, Hope! Of course! In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Yeah, where is he? Is he up in the attic murdering people? I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour of the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. Oh. Why isn't Cockney Conspiracy supposed to be posh? He wasn't always posh. He grew up with a drunk prostitute mother, and he only started being posh later on when his dad adopted him. So yeah. Hansi disappointed me. Me too. I wanted to believe in Hansi, but no. The only horror here is how odd my own wife has been acting as of late. So that basically confirms that he hasn't seen the ghost. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. And maybe it should have been appropriately here, considering the person on the other side at the hour he dared appear on my doorstep. I mean, Mr. has a point. I can't speak for cities outside of Norway, but he definitely has a point in regarding to Oslo and Bergen. I'm just saying. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone at this early. Brief confusion quickly gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Hana will disapprove, scold me for treating the man with such disrespect if she hears me now. She seems fond of him, after all. Treats him like a friend she's known for years. But she's not here, is it? Isn't she? What she doesn't know.
You! Again! It's bloody 6 in the morning!
Maybe we're never being wrong about stuff. Exactly.
What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't!
This is still my home. My rules also apply to this house, this place, as much as Hana's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens it's a person I will never take a liking to. No need for remorse.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it, and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually, he leaves and silence once again fills the room, as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming on the immediate grounds? Nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Shrukin will take care of it if need be. Do you mean this, Nakrena? Maybe. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, I need rest, even just for a few hours. My lovely wife is still fast asleep when I finally join her in our bed. As odd as she's been acting lately, her company is nice after spending long, grueling hours just going through business documents. Then again, it's not like I'll be losing out on much if I take a break or two. In fact, all I have to do is say the word, and Vaughn's General Electronics stocks are going to go down. That's the least I can do after Rochelle Van's outburst during the party. I highly doubt she will be Rochelle Lee for long, not if Harvey has any sense in him. So, with a sigh, I drift off, setting aside my problems only for a few hours. Waking up to find my bed empty hours later is a strange sensation. Not to speak ill of Hana, but I've always woken up first, even in the early years of our marriage. Mostly because I've always been accustomed to doing so. As a child, I woke up early to escape the house before one of Mother's scheduled day clients came in. Later on, it was to assist with breakfast and to prepare for school. And it just kept me through the years for one reason or another. If there was no reason to wake up at 6 in the morning, my mind would always find reason to. We're on the 30th now. All the way back here. He did go to bed at like 6 a.m. after Zach came and visited. Which was around 6 a.m. So yeah. To work, to nurse a terrible hangover, to make sure I was the one leaving the bed first, just because and not the other way around. Checking the time on my phone shows that it's already 8:30. What can I do about it? We saw him on November 1st. He lives through all of it. He might die on November 1st. And I think we checked that he has like 17 different endings or something. He has so many different endings. It's crazy. And it all depends on every single thing we've done up until now. Plus every single thing that we do up until then. Checking the time on my phone shows that it's already 8:30. But what can I do about it? So, he slept for like, what? 2 hours? Oh, God. It's not enough sleep. Getting up is an entirely different problem on its own. Waking up after getting only a few hours of sleep in has my body stiff and sore and my mind feeling lethargic. A part of me wants to go back and doze off again, an alien feeling to me. But it's already far too late for my tastes. It's a good enough nap, yes, but it's not a good sleep. All I can manage is to sit up before there's a knock on the door.
Yes, come in. I'm decent. I don't see why you have to knock.
Even if I was only in my knickers, there's only 2 others inside the house aside from myself. I've arranged for the staff to have the Sunday off, what with it so close to a holiday anyway, so that I can have some peace and privacy. The security outside the house doesn't count, of course. You thought the sound was actually in the game? That would be funny. There's no need for Hana to knock, so I expect to see the butler and ready myself for a reproach. To see that it is Hana is odd, but not a cause for concern. Most likely she too found it strange to see me still sleeping and had to let me indulge. Yet there's something off. I just can't put my finger on what it is. Whatever it is, it can wait. Besides, when there are strange things, it's better to wait them out, as they often become apparent with time. Not that I should complain when she greets me with a sunny smile on her face and a tray of food.
Oh, good morning, dear. It looks like I overslept, huh? I haven't had that pleasure in a long while.
You should really indulge in it a bit more, my prince. I hope you do not mind, but I made breakfast for you.
I've been expecting her to tell me that she brought a meal up in order to eat together, not that she made it. For in all of our marriage, Hana has never cooked once. Though I can hardly find it in me to question her efforts, unless she was trying to poison me. If something is strange, it's better to wait it out. Yeah, that's how marriages work. If you think there's something strange going on with your spouse, you just wait it out. Why talk about it? That's stupid. Perish the thought. But she carries with her a platter of pies. Delicious looking, round pockets of goodness. Got a bunch of new taco products? Really? Good taco products? For those who don't know, Taco Friday is a sacred tradition in Norway. And if you ever come to Norway, that's one tradition that you have to indulge in. Just saying. I'll have no second thoughts in fishing one off the plate with a hum. In fact, it smells divine and it looks the part as well. Don't know if I should trust marriage advice from Twiggie. Really? I'm just telling you what the game is telling you. The crust from the outside looks like it's been baked to a golden and flaky perfection. The egg wash wasn't forgotten either, giving it a nice finish. Bunch of new salsas and hot sauce and stuff. I will have to check that out, Simon. No, Tugboat. Over here, it's Taco Friday every week. Every week. Trust me. Trust me.
You made these? You're not pulling my leg, are you? These look great.
Hi, Sep. Good evening. Taco Friday is something. If you ever come to Norway, you have to eat taco on Fridays.
I make only the best for you, my love. Do try it out yourself, yes? I want to see what you make of it. Perhaps I will be able to prepare more meals for you in the future.
Breakfast in bed? You spoil me, darling. Well, I can't say no to that, can I? Bon appetit.
The crust of the pie breaks easily with a bite, and I'm greeted with a taste of nice, buttery pastry. But looking back down at the pie, I feel a bit put off. The meat is red and a tad bit soggy, though I can't place what would make it that way. It tastes of turkey more than beef, though an old one at that. There's no real sauce of marinade to excuse the juice. It tastes like turkey that's been kept too long in the fridge after being roasted and carved. Definitely white meat at the very least, and well done as well. The thing is tough though, stringy and sinewy. How do I help me? You're not eating your breakfast anymore? It looks disgusting. Sinewy? Sinewy. Okay, thank you. Sinewy. Right.
TAAAACCOOOSS.
She tried. Thank you for the bits up. You won't remember it anyways? What? You're right. But what? It's not Hansi. Because Hansi tried to kill Ash 2 days from now. So it can't be him. But Hansi did tell us that he basically said something about Ash being in the cellar meant that Luke had more bodies to dispose of.
Ugh, what is?
I sputter, try to spit out whatever it might be. A few fine strands of something thankfully comes out. Although if I've swallowed any, it's far too late. Not unless I want to act like a cat trying to cough up a fur ball. It's just unfortunate the odd sensation of it being stuck in my throat still lingers. Even as I down the glass of juice she's brought with the meal.
Buttercup, are you sure the ingredients you used are clean?
Oh, I do apologize. That must be... You know, Chef has been feeding some stray cats lately. There are some roaming around the property. I saw him petting one just the other day during his break. Said he found it in the cellar.
In the cellar? You mean where you have prison cells and keep people? No.
But you have nothing to worry about, my love. I took care of it.
Her laugh creeps me out. She laughs then, probably because of the funny look on my face, but I just have this funny image of my head of Hana chasing after a cat to shoo it out. We aren't cat people, but I doubt that means she would be cruel to the feline.
Maybe the other pies are clean.
I don't quite have the appetite for breakfast anymore. But thanks. Bloody cats.
If that is what you wish, all the same, it will give me more time to spend with you. You will spend time with me, yes?
I did tell myself that I would let myself have the day off. But she doesn't know that. And I can't help but feel that offness again as her eyes burn through me. There's an eagerness there, a hunger, which makes my skin crawl. An unnatural reaction. I can do little else but nod. Because answering otherwise seems the wrong thing to do.
Would it please you to have some tea then? I can fetch it if you wish.
Pushing myself out of the bed with a groan, I roll my eyes and sigh. The crick I feel in my neck is easily taken care of, and I try to flatten my bed head to something a bit tamer. All throughout, Hana still watches me, expectant and doting.
No need for that. We can have tea in the parlor, if you don't mind. Really now, Hana, there's no need to busy yourself over it.
Would it please you to have some tea then? I can fetch it if you wish. Would it please you to have some tea then?
Okay.
I can fetch it if you wish.
Just relax.
I barely said 2 words before she's out of the door, however. And I'm left speaking to air.
Hana, what is up with that woman?
Though perhaps I should have said no. Perhaps I should have feigned business or claimed a restlessness that would let me out of the house. Away from her and her pies. Because as soon as I've stated my intent to laze the day away, that woman would neither let me lift a finger nor step a foot outside. I would rather have the hot porridge right now. She's animated, oddly so, moving about the parlor and fetching things for me that she deemed necessary. And were necessary, as if she knows what I need or want before I can even voice it out loud. A pillow for my feet and a book to read, though I cannot for the life of me focus on it. It does not bother me too much as I've read the picture of Dorian Gray twice over. I knew nothing but shadows and thought them to be real. I should be glad for the attention and the doting, really. Instead, an uneasiness settles itself in my stomach.
Why don't you just sit down and relax, dear? We are supposed to be spending time together. I don't think you rushing around like a handmaid is how I pictured it. You are wearing yourself out and the sun is still high in the sky.
There's a stiff jerking of her head, as if to say no while she busies herself while making tea with water already lukewarm. My instruction to take leave might be the only one she refuses to follow. Even if I express concern for her well-being and point out that there are others assigned to the tasks she wishes to carry out.
You do not need the others. You have me. I wish to show my usefulness, and I wish that you not ask me to leave.
You are not one of the servants, Hana.
If the slave is the ghost, that would sort of explain her behavior right now. What if the slave that we know of was madly in love with this guy? And because that would explain both her eagerness to do everything, and it would explain how she's so obsessive over him. Because she's been that way since the party. I guess we'll find out. It was a thought that escapes my mouth, and I prepare myself for a reprimanding. Because servants, Lucille Michelle, right. These are our employees, and you will treat them with respect at the very least. Yet that didn't come.
Of course. Of course, I'm not a servant. I am your wife. Your princess.
I think we're both a little too old to be playing princess and princesses. I do not know what brought on such a behavior from her. Yet I can't bring myself to scoff at the idea. Not when she looks torn and kind words might bring her some degree of comfort. I will indulge in this delusional talk of monarchy to an extent. One could suppose that Hana is indeed Luxborn royalty after all. Yeah, she was possessed the moment she put on that necklace. Yep. Are we gonna get the good ending? I have no clue. There are so many endings, and I want to point out that we have seen 0% of his chapter. 0%. But as I've said in the past, this sort of obsession does not quite suit me. Yes, I do crave power and attention, but this sort of thing is suffocating, stifling, wrong. It must seem complicated and contradicting, when in all honesty, it's quite simple. The good ending is not the best ending? Interesting. Yeah, no spoilers, of course, but I think there's gonna be probably one obviously bad ending, and then some that are, maybe one ends with, like, Luke dying and Hana... I don't know. I just hope that... I hope that Ash, Isabel, and Zack survive. Imagine the ending is subjective. Yes. One prediction that I have is that they all sort of get out of the house and think that the curse is over, and then they zoom into, like, seeing the ghost in the window or something. Don't see there being a good ending. It's hard to tell. Probably Sup. Most likely. I think with all the characters that we have played so far, all of them have the possibility to die at the end of their chapter. If Hana were to ever put me on a pedestal, she would be turning into every other woman that I've managed to seduce due to my money and station. She'd be nothing, less than the Hana I have found to love. She'd be nothing but a mindless follower. Love and obsession is not one and the same. I don't want a lovesick woman who puts another before herself.
Princess. Oh, no, Hana. You are my queen. And a queen needs to sit next to her king. So please, sit.
I can still feel them, little bugs on my skin, crawling and squirming. But I ignore them as Hana sits down next to me and I put my hand in hers. The touch nearly makes me want to pull away. Becca is one of the main characters. We have played as all the characters throughout the game, and Becca was one of the 4 best friends. She's the only one who died so far. Welcome back, Joey. I'm glad you're so excited to spend time with us. For now, I feel them burrowing into my skin, digging holes into me, and though there is nothing to be seen there. I clasp her hand, though her touch burns both hot and cold. I did not like the thought that Hana, my sunshine, my darling, is someone I should fear. I have a theory! I have a theory that it's gonna be either... Well done, mister. Well done. I'm glad you didn't lose. I have a theory that 2 of the endings are either they all get away and the ghost is still there, or they manage to get rid of the ghost but they all die. Those are my theories. She got trapped on the ceiling, on the roof of the library, and then Hana came as the ghost and she ended up falling. It's a bit of a paradox. For all that I do and should feel at peace in this quiet moment, dread overtakes every part of me. A small voice in the back of my head screams that there is something wrong, but I cannot bring myself to look further into it. The whole thing doesn't even last.
The tea is ready. I should go. I've forgotten the milk and sugar in the kitchens.
No, Skibbles, I have no clue how to get rid of the ghost, but there's gotta be something.
If you may excuse me.
I mean, he just wants her to sit the fuck down. Stop doing everything. Let the butler deal with it. He's an asshole. Let him do everything. Have I really been so aloof that Hana has to question where she stands? That she thinks that acting subservient is the only way to have my attention. My affection. This is wrong.
Hana, just... Johans will get the tea things. Just...
Sit? Stay? No. Hana isn't some dog I have to leash and command.
Just be with me, even for a little while. We rarely have time nowadays, don't we? We're always so busy.
The others are always envious that my wife doesn't demand that we be joined by the hip. The freedom is nice, to know that I need not be tied down to another person at all hours of the day. But even I can admit this much.
I missed you, you know. Let's just sit down together, yes?
She looks conflicted, though the reason eludes me. In the end, she chooses to stay. A summon for milk and sugar to be brought in is sent out. All while, Hana remains restless. She doesn't utter a peep as Shriekin brings some things for brunch, as I may or may not have hinted that I've yet to have breakfast. Tea things are set in place, along with sandwiches and all sorts of finger foods. But it's when the other man draws near to her, intent on serving tea, that Hana's calm start with a wither. She's on her feet, hands out to take the teapot from him. The look on her face is one of disgust and annoyance. I've seen that expression many times in the mirror, but never on her. It doesn't suit her, much like the way she speaks now.
You are not needed here. You can leave. Now.
Oh, of course, madam. If you may excuse me, sir, I'll...
Shriekin, stay. Just let him do his job, Buttercup. That's what he's here for.
No, he is not supposed to be here. None of them are. This home is for you and I. Others are not welcome. I want them gone. They do not belong here. They are not like you and I.
Except as if even behind Luke's back? Probably. Something is wrong. She's wrong. Hana has always been kind where I was not, and I loved her so because of it. Yet now there is no warmth in her voice, and the way she talks is too cutting and harsh. The way she holds herself is unsure, stiff, and awkward as she's filled in shoes too small. This isn't Hana. The thought itself is an impossibility. It's not like someone can be so easily replaced by an imposter. I would know. So why is she so long?
What's going on, Hana? What brought about this childish temper tantrum of yours? You know well enough that what you ask is ridiculous.
What has caused her warmth to grow cold?
Chick is cray cray.
She's possessed, so yes, thank you for the vid sub.
I don't know what brought this on. I don't know if you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or if Johans or any of the other maids ripped your favorite dress or something. But I am not going to get rid of our staff just because you're acting like a child in a sulk.
And wasn't that something? Often enough, I'm the one who's compared to a little brat, and not the other way around. But it doesn't amuse me enough to distract me from the situation. Gasping at Hannah's shaking hands before she actually does have a temper tantrum, I have to stop myself from flinching. Her skin is hot to the touch, and if the feeling of bugs on my skin bothered me before, they're nothing to the stinging sensation I feel right now. Having her hand in mine should feel right.
You still do not understand, do you, my love? Not yet, but you will. You will.
It's such an evil face. Cloudy eyes focus on me, ardent and filled with desire. It feels as if I'm being stripped until my very soul is bare. But it isn't a searching look, rather one that wishes to claim. The look she gives me is nothing short of unnerving. But watching as her eyes roll into the back of her head is a decidedly more terrifying sight. I let go and feel as her hand slips through mine before she falls to the ground, not intent on getting dragged down by dead weights. And doesn't that make me feel so horrible? It's an act of reflex more than anything, with the number of dead bodies I've handled in the past. It's never a pleasant affair when a corpse tilts forward and pins you down. That still doesn't make it any better, of course. But what can I do? Catch her? Well, yes. But it's a bit too late for that, isn't it? Inexplicably, the stinging sensation on my skin fades away. Not that what I'm feeling right now is any better. The whole thing brings unbidden images of Mother to mind. It makes me feel sick. I want to cry and beg, my audience be damned. But my screams die out before I could reach my lips. A half-choked sob. Acting like a blubbering babe won't help. I've seen this happen before, but not to her. Oh, Mom, please wake up. Please, I'll be a good boy. Just don't leave me. So his mom died at home, and he was there with her when he was a little kid. Really? I should be more concerned. Yet here I am, a deathly calm befalling me. I waste no time kneeling by her side, tapping a hand to her cheek in a flimsy attempt to awake her. Her skin is too pale, and Stroken does his best to find out what's wrong with Hannah. Even her golden hair has lost its sheen. Her pulse is quick, and her breathing shallow. I half expect her to be cold as ice with how she looks, yet she still burns like a furnace. At the very least, that means she isn't dead. Yet.
Well, should we call for an ambulance?
If she doesn't wake up soon, yes. But it's best not to move her just yet, and...
Luke, what's going on? What happened?
I have no plans of apologizing as I shove the butler aside to check on Hannah. Though she still lay on the ground, all that matters is that she's awake, that she isn't dead. Just the thought of it? Fuck, I don't know what I would have done if things were to the contrary.
Hey there, sunshine. How are you feeling? Do you think you're up to standing?
I don't feel too good, no. But I think I can stand.
She reaches out for my hand, and I'm quick to take it. Her cold and clammy skin is a cause for concern, but I force a reassuring smile on her face. At least, I hope it's reassuring. That isn't exactly an emotion I'm used to plastering on my face. I rarely have the need or want to reassure anyone else. The most I can hope for is that I don't make her worry.
Come on then, let's get you up. Careful, careful. We don't want you to fall or break something.
Like a leg or your head. Though getting her up to her feet is easier said than done, she claims that she can manage to stand, but she's completely dead weight as I lift her up. Weak. Too weak. I can feel the trembling of her body, as if just existing had exhausted her. Do you think she dies? Because we know the ghost possessed her, and we know that the ghost kills people. Do you think that the ghost is draining her of energy until she dies? And if so, she would probably die like today or tomorrow, and then when she comes back and appears in the staircase on the first, that's like equally as big a shock to Luke as to everyone else. Soon enough. Stroken aids me, and we manage to let Hana onto a chair without further incident. Ghost needs her body? Maybe. I don't know. Bought a new freezer today? Is it a big freezer? I thought when I bought it was twitching the same way that the ghost when we saw her. I have half the mind to wrench free and run. This is all too familiar, and I wanted no part in this. But do I even have the choice? At the moment, I suppose, yes. I'm not running away, that's preposterous. I need to get some air.
Traukin, take her up to our room and take care of her, alright? Schedule an immediate appointment to a physician.
98 liters, nice. I wish we had space for just like a giant freezer box, because we only have like a combination fridge and freezer, and I always long for more freezer space.
Get it done. As soon as possible. I just need to...
Breathe. I need to breathe. Grey skies loom over the horizon, though the sun fights for every precious minute of it gets to stay. The slave goes beneath our body to get the prince and everything else we want in life. True. Yeah. JB Retro, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. How are you guys doing? Good to see you. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We are playing The Letter, which is, I'm not sure if I should say that it's coming to an end or not, because we're in the final chapter, but the final chapter is really long. And it's a kind of game that sort of goes on forever and ever. So it's hard to tell how much we have left, but we're in the final stretch of the game. So if you're ever wanting to play this game, maybe don't watch too much because of spoilers, but it is a very good game. I would recommend it if you're into like visual novel types of games. But how are you guys doing? How did Jackbox go? Love me some Jackbox. Hope you all had fun. I am doing very well, thanks. I'm glad to hear it. We also have a command. If you want to check out the rest of the Mellow Fallow team, then there's the link right there. It's a great team. It's it has tons of great streamers, and I would highly recommend checking it out. You lost every time? Oh no! If it helps, I am terrible at Jackbox as well. So you're not the only one. No, The Council is not a visual novel. A visual novel is characterized by sort of this style right here, where it's a lot of... Basically, the entire action is portrayed as text. And you have to sort of read it out yourself. I get the pity voids. That doesn't really help that much. Doesn't make me feel that much better. But you love Divinity? What's that?
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
I don't think I've ever played Divinity before. I've never heard of that even. Thank you so much for following, Arabia. Appreciate that. Does anyone see the ghosts and the birds in the same place at the same time? No. Maybe? Maybe on the roof? I can't recall. Maybe the birds are the ghost. Needed a chill session after Banjo-Kazooie. Ooh. Interesting. I don't think I've played that. I'm glad it was fun though. Appreciate you stopping by, Arabia. I hope you have a great day. So I missed Twiggie Divinity. It wasn't bad, Fari. It was just it went on for quite some time, and I got stuck. And it got to a point where I couldn't figure out how to progress because everywhere I went, I got sort of level blocked because I wasn't high enough level to go anywhere, and I couldn't figure out how to progress, and it sort of became not so fun anymore. Yes, Simon. I had all the Game Boys, and I had a first generation Nintendo DS. All the other consoles, I had to go to other people to play, and it sucked. Whatever. So hissing outside my window, it made me jump. Aww! It wants to cuddle. Take it inside. Congratulations, you now have a cat. It'll rain again soon, with the wind bringing along the gloomy clouds normal to Luxborn. Until then, it doesn't hurt to be out here for fresh air and sunshine. I walk to the gardens, what little of there is at the moment anyway, and kneel by the daffodils. These were the first to be brought here and planted by my request, and if nothing else, they brought in a sense of peace. They were my mother's favorites. Told you. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin up to welcome the light that shines upon me. And for a minute, I can imagine myself as one of the flowers, peaceful, blooming, and all too happy to stand in its warmth. Life would be much easier if you were all like flowers, wouldn't it? But I didn't step out here to get all philosophical. I have problems much more practical than figuring out the meaning of life, after all. Too many things have gone in these past few days. And I want to forget about them, even if just for a moment.
It's almost All Saints, isn't it? To think I've almost forgotten.
Do you think his mom died on Halloween? I speak the words absent-mindedly. Oh. The date means nothing to me, as I've neither worshipped the religion or have any graves to visit. After all, Mother was never given a proper burial. But it's a date as good as any for me to grieve. Otherwise, I would have done so every day, crippling myself and shutting everyone else out. I can remember how the flames licked at her flesh and how it consumed her body until there was nothing left but ash. I stood there watching with the operator and social service worker, though I could have been alone for all I cared. I felt alone. It was the most that could be done. No one would attend the funeral of a dead prostitute, let alone pay for it. All that is left for her, proof that she had lived, is her name written on the ledger of Luxbourne Cemetery, a lighter, and me. You're right about this ghost. What? I'm never smug. Pulling out the lighter from my jacket, I can't stop myself from flicking it open to stare at the flame, and to run my thumb over her name. All in all, it isn't much, but it's something. And it would be wrong of me to not make something of myself when she would have given me everything to make sure I can be anything I want to be.
Feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare right now. What I would give to have you here by my side, Mother dear. To see you smiling at me. Alive and as beautiful as ever. I'm afraid I'm starting to forget what your face looks like.
Aww.
I've already forgotten the shade of your hair.
Eleanor Chandler was a wonderful woman, though not everyone would have agreed. Not everyone had seen her past her occupation, past her vices, and her illness. All they saw was a poor woman who sold her body to make ends meet, and had a bastard son because of it. They didn't see the mother who worked hard to put food on the table for me. The woman who gave and gave and gave to me while expecting nothing in return. She taught me the merits of hard work. But though I loved her so, I worked hard for myself. I would not be so foolish, so selfless towards people who would never give back. I learned that from the father who plucked me out of an orphanage for his own selfish gain. I pocket the lighter before I can feel the urge to actually set anything ablaze. Considering my close proximity to the flowers, they would be the most likely victim of arson. Just the thought itself is blasphemous. Nevertheless, that doesn't save them from being picked, just enough to make a bouquet of the things in honor of Eleanor.
Would you be proud of me if you saw me now, Mother? Maybe. You're always so forgiving. No matter what trouble I got into, more than I deserved. Especially now.
Of course he has a super sad backstory, and of course they are really playing on this, mother thing. I mean, we knew there was going to be something that would cause us to feel sympathy for him. It's been a while since I've talked to my mother like this. They say that even when our loved ones has passed on, they stay to watch over us. Though I believe in neither a heaven nor a hell, a hopeful part of me wishes it was true, as ridiculous as the idea is. I can't help but grow still, a chill going up my spine when I do feel eyes upon me. For a while, I think I'm imagining it. But I'm all too familiar with the sensation of being watched. Carefully, I scan my surroundings, doing my best not to give away the fact that I'm aware of their presence, whoever they are. Oh yeah, he's a complete and utter dick. No matter what he does, no matter what the backstory is, I'm not gonna sort of think that he's a good guy, but I think I can still feel sympathy over his backstory and his upbringing and how that has affected him. That doesn't mean I'm changing my base opinion of him being an asshole. But there's not a soul in sight on the fields surrounding the mansion. Yet there on the balcony overlooking the garden, she stands there. And though I cannot see her face clearly from afar, I know she's the one staring at me. A servant, if one were to judge her by her clothing. From the distance, I can't discern what those stains on her clothing are. The woman gives off a rabid air and simply did not belong with her surroundings. That isn't what worries me, though. What worries me is that she isn't one of ours. She can't be. Obvious signs of being tattered and dirty state aside, there shouldn't be anyone else in the mansion aside from the three of us. And that's the balcony that leads to our bedroom. Forget pretending that I don't notice her.
You! What are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there!
It's a stupid thing to do, I realize in hindsight, but calling attention to it was a spur-of-the-moment plan. From the height, there's no way she would have jumped off the balcony, and perhaps she would only have been able to sneak in there because Hana is asleep. Calling out to her would wake Hana and all, at the very least call Johan's attention to the matter at hand. I dread to think of any other way she could have gotten there without Hana calling for us. There was a lot of build-up, and nothing happened. The woman on the balcony doesn't react, barely even stirs. Probably drug-addled or touched in the head, though that begs the question of how she even managed to get in here. That changes nothing, of course, and doesn't stop me from running back into the mansion.
Shuriken! There's an intruder! In the bedroom! Upstairs! Secure Hana immediately!
Bursting in through the front door, I'm greeted by Johans with a kitchen knife in his hands, looking wary and alert. There's a question on his lips for a moment, but he's quick to fall into place, giving me a curt nod before he'll rush up the foyer stairs. That woman would need to go through us to get anywhere, and between me and the butler, there's no way she's getting away. Yeah, he's seen the ghost twice. He doesn't know it's a ghost, no. There's no announcing ourselves as I slam the bedroom door open, expecting to see the worst inside. When we find Hana simply seated at her vanity without a care in the world, my relief can't be any greater. I don't even question if she's well enough to be moving around yet. But that is soon followed by suspicion and caution. Without a word, I signal for Johans to search through the room for the intruder, even going so far as to slipping into the second bedroom. Good evening, Aive. Good to see you. She couldn't have gone anywhere else, not without getting our attention, not without Hana noticing. It isn't too far-fetched to think that she might have been coerced to act like nothing is out of the ordinary. If she's being forced to do this, she would be able to tell me without alerting the criminal. We should be ready for such things, after all, being the wealthy, powerful, and influential people that we are. And though I hesitate to break her peace, to make her worry any more than she has the right to be, I know that matters of safety shouldn't be taken so lightly. Even if I could just content myself in just watching her.
Are you alright, Hana?
There's a moment of silence as she fastens a cord around her neck, and with her back still turned to me, she replies as calmly as can be.
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Is there something wrong?
That fucking face. That fucking face right there. There's no sign of coercion or deceit. She gives none. Everything looks fine, seems fine. Hana says as much. Stepping out into the balcony doesn't say anything differently. The outside is devoid of signs of any other human life with how secluded the property is. Though it is hard to be sure with how the sun is set. Trying to locate anyone on a large property by myself would be futile. Is she heading out to kill Becca? Oh! That is the day Becca dies. I mean, it could be. Maybe that was when she passed out. There could definitely be a relation there. I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. Though it is hard to be sure with how the sun is set. Trying to locate anyone on a large property by myself would be futile. Don't know if Hana needs to physically be there. That's the thing, yeah, we don't know how this ghost works. Is Becca already dead? Yes. She died earlier this day. Whether it's the truth or a convenient lie, one could only assume that everything is alright. And even Johans is in agreement.
There's nobody in the second bedroom or in the closet. It's all clear.
Yet I can't fight off the awful feeling that's taken over me.
Are you sure? Nobody? Double check. Triple check everything. Check the whole house if you have to.
What's going on? What is all this then?
He claims to have seen an intruder standing on your balcony. Did you notice anyone here, madam?
No, it's just been me. I've not heard or seen anybody else aside from the two of you all day. Strange.
The others have been given the day off. There shouldn't be anybody else here. Are you sure of what you saw? Perhaps you were...
Yes, I bloody well am sure of what I saw. There was a woman standing there, dark hair and in servant's clothing. Are you insinuating that I am making things up? That I'm going mad?
Before Hana got possessed, she saw the ghost too. I'm wondering, since she is now possessed, surely she won't say anything about having seen the ghost, right? Didn't think to ask her before you check the whole house? No. No, why ask her when you can just panically search through the entire house first? Wonder if Hana's gonna give birth to a demon child? That's true, she is pregnant. Hi, Robos, good evening. Yeah, he's not happy at all.
Because if you are, I don't care how competent you've been. I won't have such disrespect directed at me. It's not paranoia if people are out to get me.
My anger is easily roused. No thanks to the adrenaline rush that's kicked in sometime, I don't know when. I don't think I'll ever get used to this feeling, really. No matter how many at the time I had to rely on it to survive on the streets as a child, to survive everything with how high I've managed to prop myself up. Hi Twin Icarus, good evening, good to see you. And hi Irons, good to see you too. How's it going? How are you guys? Was she pregnant before they bought this house? Yes. She told Zach and not Marianne, she only told Zach that she was pregnant like a day or two after they moved into the house, and while they were in the apartments before they moved, before they even bought the house, I think, there was that scene when she was getting sick and throwing up, and I called that she was pregnant already then. And that was like super early in her chapter. Hana's child is gonna be a reincarnation of this slave witch ghost thingy. That could very well be, yeah. I appreciate you being here, Icarus. It's very kind. I hope you're having a great day. So if you're new to this game, it's a crazy game. It's a horror visual novel, and the premise is that there's this ghost that is haunting everyone and basically killing people. And the current theory that we are going off of is that this mansion in itself is cursed, and everyone who enters the mansion gets cursed by this ghost and starts seeing the ghost, and then the ghost starts killing them. And we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And we're now in the final chapter because we played through the game as every single one of the main characters. It's very interesting. Very clever to throw in that. I called it super early, Bragg. I'm glad you noticed. And I take any and all threats towards my person seriously.
I'm not implying that you're mad. The occasional hallucination is a completely normal and human experience, as long as it isn't a repeat occurrence.
Oh, so what? That was a trick of the light? My imagination?
You haven't ingested any alcohol today, have you?
A valid question, but...
I am not drunk.
Are you sure? In my state, I only realize how quiet Hana has gotten when she doesn't joke about my debatable alcoholism. She seems very pale. And her... Hang on. Has her hair color changed? It looks a little, like, less vibrant. It was more like yellow before, wasn't it? Yeah, look at that. And her eyes are super pale, and like, there's like this haze over them. Yeah. The servants are spared from seeing the ghost? We don't know that. Everyone who has been in this mansion that we know about has seen the ghost. Luke only started seeing the ghost today. Or yesterday. The only one we don't know about is Hansi. Yeah, she's possessed. We're now on the 30th, and she got possessed on the 28th? 29th? 29th. Right? Yeah. She got possessed yesterday. Happens when you mix yellow and black together. There's no clever quip or words of fond exasperation. She's only been watching me throughout all of this. And when I do notice that, I start feeling bugs crawling on my skin. When I didn't deign to speak further, fixated on the sensation, Johans cuts in.
Whatever's the case, we need to establish tighter security. We should have done so from the start.
That explains why when Ash breaks in, like 2 days from now, there was a ton of security outside, surrounding the area.
If you were seeing things, then we got lucky. Had there been a real intruder, we were ill prepared.
Did the Friends Dates quiz? Oh god. You beat Monica? Well done. I would fail miserably at that. But then I'm not American, so I have an excuse.
Of course, of course. I trust that you can hire the most qualified from the agency. Are you alright, Hana? You seem disquieted.
I'm well, my love. I was just worried about how the hallucination brought you distress.
It wasn't a hallucination, I'm sure of it. But what can I do to prove otherwise?
Doesn't matter. You are safe, as am I. I overreacted.
It doesn't matter?
I'm well, my love.
No, that was wrong. Why can't I...
Doesn't matter. You are safe, as am I. I overreacted.
Nobody cares about the Dakotas? You're right. You're right. Who cares about the Dakotas?
Perhaps rest is necessary. It is late into the day, and you must be tired from your gardening.
Before I can ask what... Oh! She was watching us from the balcony while we were doing the flower thing. Because she is the ghost now. Before I ask how she knew what I was doing, a small fond smile graces her lips before she brushes away a few yellow petals from my sleeves. North Dakota's entire population called and they're both very angry. Nice. But it doesn't really look like I'm that exhausted. I'm sure to be well rested, despite it all. And it's not like I've done anything physically exhausting today. Beyond running here and there in a hurry anyway. No doubt I left a trail of the flowers in my mad dash. And I suppose I do look a mess.
That sounds good. I guess I'll need to sleep a lot more than I thought. But
I'll stand guard outside for the night. You two have nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? I'm not so sure about that. But thinking any more about it isn't going to do anything.
Come on then, my love. Off to bed. I have been restless without you by my side.
Even then, I can't force away the uneasiness that settles over me. Sleep is hard to attain, and even Hana's embrace doesn't help. She's still burning up. We are progressing through the days very quickly. For a moment, I was very concerned that we had skipped like half of these because they're all like overlapping paths and that we were super close to the end already. Guess not. So that means probably the majority of his chapter is going to be on the first, don't you think? Not sure what I feel about that. Okay. I'm not looking at the chart! We're still at 0%! Oh my god, 100%ing this is gonna take forever. Oh! Really, little sleep was had and I feel completely drained come morning. Even when Hana rises from bed, in spite of a mild fever, and invites me to breakfast, I can't be bothered to dry myself out from the comfort of the sheets. It's not like I need to do something particularly important today. The rain that I started sometime during the night doesn't help the mood. Already committed to it. I did finish Sakuri's chapter as well, and I'm working on Marianne's chapter. Problem is, Ashton's chapter is gonna be a bitch. Just, there are so many variables. And both Isabella, Hana, Sakuri, and Marianne and Rebecca, they all have so many different endings. And we have to play through every single variation of every single one of those endings. It's crazy. The rain that I started sometime during the night doesn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return as it should, feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. So committed. What percentage did you get to, Saima, before you give up?
Don't even try to pretend you aren't excited about all those endings. I know you took well.
What? Okay, I'm a little excited. Thank you for the bits, Skibbles. Why Luke for the last chapter? It's... Honestly, I think the rest of his chapter is going to be very interesting. Because I think we're going to get to see so much about both him and the mansion and what happens to everyone else. And I think it's going to end up much better than I've been fearing. Because when we started off, I was like, oh my fuck, are we going to have to play as Luke? And now I'm like, this could be interesting. Also, he likes Rebecca more than he likes Hana. 67%. You have 0% of true ending? Holy shit, okay. Alright. We'll see how far I get. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. With how it looks outside, it seems like the weather is making up for all the sunny days it has given us with a good old-fashioned downpour. It does let up within a quarter of an hour. However, a day beginning with a cloudburst like this, locals usually take it as an immediate sign. Luxborn's abysmal weather is back, likely for good. I hope they did a damn good job of fixing this place, because I'd rather not have to deal with leaky roofs. Though Hana might find humor in it and perhaps ask me to sing in the rain to wear out my anger. I don't like the idea that the realty did a horrible patch job with the place. We, well, Hana technically, paid millions for this place. It better live up to the price that the realty company sold it for. Not that it's something she should be fretting about at this moment, when her health's not at the best. Hana is going to be brought to the hospital for a checkup today, and if anything, I prefer that she focus on getting better. So when she gets to the hospital, I'm assuming that Luke is going to come with her, and I'm assuming that he's going to be told that she's pregnant. That fever, no matter how slight it is, can't be good for her. What with her odd behavior recently. You'd think she hit her head hard against something while I wasn't looking. Perhaps a proper rest is all that she needs, but I'd rather not assume things. I'm a businessman, not a doctor. Wonders of wonder why I bother agreeing to babysitting duty at that. But here I am, scheduled as today's babysitter for Suarez Sprat once her father drops her off the mansion steps. That's Kylie. Wonder how he'll take the pregnancy? Not well. I think I can say that much for sure. I'm gonna take a short break, and I need to refill my water, and I'll be right back. We're back. I see you're discussing Tugboat's break music. It is great. It is very good. In fact. Though that is a worry for much, much later. If I wish to, I can ask that nobody bother me while I doze off in a cocoon of comforters. Oh, that sounds so good. It sounds very comfortable. But as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
Don't be so fucking judgmental.
What do you want? It's far too early to deal with your nosiness.
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
Are you really?
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered. Truly? Not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it?
I'm getting tired around 11 p.m. and up at about 7 a.m. That sounds lovely, though. That sounds great, Takala. No worries, Nikrana. Go get some sleep if you need sleep. Good luck tomorrow, and thank you for hanging out. Sleep is very good. So many people don't get enough sleep. Sleep is great.
My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
Loath as I am to admit it, he's right. The whole thing might have rattled me, but there is little point in jumping at every shadow I see from the corner of my eye. I shouldn't lose my head for a threat that might not even come. I should know better by now. But I've never been this worried about a possible threat on my life before. I'll be honest here, if anyone is in danger, it's Hana. I can take care of myself just fine. With security tightened, I'll at least have one guard, if not 5, making sure nobody gets within 10 feet of me without my say-so. Hana, on the other hand, will be away most of the day to get that fever checked, upon my insistence. It's a small relief that Johans will be there with her. So he doesn't go with her to the hospital, so maybe he doesn't find out. Maybe they sort of agree that they won't tell him because they don't know how he will take it. Now find a job that matched my insomnia and I don't have it anymore. Aww. Typical. Super typical.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, may very well help me in calming down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? Fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for?
You should really be at the hospital with her? Yes.
Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCulloch.
Question is, do they know that she's in the cellar? Because she's been there for 2 days now. And when Ash was in the attic, Johans kind of talked about it as if she knew. Can anyone blame me if I show the tiniest bit of interest? She's still not done with the house, and she's a nice enough woman, or are they just gonna say that she's missing? Plans to go back to sleep are gone.
I called her secretary about taking the day off. He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
She's probably passed out after enjoying a pint or 2 or 10 in a bar somewhere.
Somewhere.
She's an adult. It was the weekend. She's allowed to disappear and not think about work. Fuck. I wish I was passed out after a night of drinking. He does know that mobiles are a thing.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either. Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
Certainly, someone must know where she is. Tabs are kept without a fail on people who come to work with me. Background checks and constant surveillance until they finish their contracts with the rights. Some would say that it's all a bit over the top. I wonder if they're even aware if there is a dungeon. Hana said something during the whole pie thing. It's far too long ago. He said something about there being a cat in the cellar or something. I don't know if they were talking about the wine cellar or the dungeon. But I can't be too safe. Too many want me dead.
What about one of ours? Has anyone seen her? She's pretty hard to miss with how tall the woman is.
The last anyone has seen of her was here, the morning of the party. your housewarming party.
That isn't good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this and to suspect.
It's of little importance that I can easily prove my innocence. It's all a matter of principle. Because even the accusation of misdemeanor should not stain my reputation, although maybe it's a bit too late to hope for a squeaky clean one. Besides, it'll be such a hassle to have the police poking about the house and looking for a body that doesn't exist.
Now, if we're done here, I'd like to go back to sleep and...
Where are you?
Well, there goes any plans of grabbing some shut-eye. Rolling over on my stomach, I can only scream into my pillow.
Of course, of course. Ugh.
Says little Kylie, screaming from probably the front door.
Johans, distract her.
Oh, look, it's time for me to go. Have fun with your little play date. So long, farewell, and auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
I gotta say, however much of an asshole Hans is, I love how sassy he is to Luke. It's great.
No, Johans, don't you turn away from me. Keep her busy for an hour. Come on.
He's taking Hana to the hospital. I have to press my face against the pillow once more to suppress a groan. You just can't get loyal help anymore.
Hello there, little Fraulein. Your uncle is just upstairs and will be down in a moment. He is super excited to have you today. I hope you're well rested and ready to play a lot.
Were we on the 30th today? Or the 31st? We're on the pie. Okay, we're on the... Wait, what? This was yesterday? It's around the 31st. Okay. So not really a lot doesn't really happen with the other guys today. Because they pretty much spent the entire day in the bar. And then on the night to the 1st is when they arrive at the mansion. Alright, so we have this entire day we have to go through, and then we get the all the action for tomorrow.
Bastard. I'll be down in a sec, Munchkin. Let me just...
Change into a fresh shirt, brush my teeth, fix my hair, bemoan my very existence. Wish I was anywhere else in the world right now. Don't get me wrong, Kylie is a great kid. Wonderful. Better than most brats her age. But handling a tyke is the last thing I want on my agenda right now with this whole Hana business. Fortunately, I am well versed in how the world works. I long learned that the show must go on, no matter what hurdles come my way. Ash hugging Isabella. They're pretty good friends in our playthrough. They're pretty close. There's nothing romantic between them, but they have grown to really care for each other. Like at the hospital with your wife? Right? So I set to preparing for the day. Running a comb through my hair just as divine and simply makes me feel more human. Bed hair is disgusting, though it isn't as bad now as when I was a child. With how expensive a trip to the barber was, I often had to grow it out until mother had the time to cut it for me. The curls and tangles were simply horrid. Why, I was even mistaken as a girl because of that. It certainly doesn't help that I was named Lucille. A freshly pressed shirt is enough to chase away the last sign of sleepiness. The feel of a crisp and clean cloth in my hand is a clear marker to the start of the day. Smoothing down my suit and my hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors. The horrors that come with taking care of a child.
Good morning to you, Luke.
Good morning, Kylie! Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Kylie grins up at me as soon as I open the bedroom door. She swings the backpack she's clutching, hitting my head in a show of impatience and looking entirely unapologetic for it.
Did you just wake up? Don't tell me you forgot. It's our playdate today.
I doubt I'd forget. Kylie's visits are a frequent enough thing that they found a way into my schedule. They're supposed to be visits to her godmother. But we can't pick who gets a child. We can't pick who a child gets along with. So long as I'm not busy, her father can drop her off for the day. Which is all well and good for me if it makes Suarez focus on the work I've given him. Besides, she's a bright child. Tolerable. Kid's got a good head on her shoulders and can get pretty mature for her age at times. Of course, they have to thank me for that. Her parents can take partial credit, but Hana and I have been there for this kid since she was just a small babe. Why I can still remember the first time I saw her, it was during her baptism. The only reason I was there was to accompany Hana, who was to be named godmother. Sorry. Can we fast forward Kylie? No. She was such a tiny thing, not even a year old, and swaddled in her mother's arms in white cloth. It was the first time I really saw an infant up close. Close enough to hold one, at least. It had been terrifying to be given a little child to carry after the whole water ceremony. I'd never done so before that, to hold a little tiny life in my arms. I could have just dropped her on her head, and this little tyke before me would have stopped existing there and then. But the child just smiled at me, babbling nonsensical words as children do, and clinging to me, even as I tried to hand her off to Hana. She had thought it hilarious and adorable. My suit has been a mess, and I was nearly an anxious wreck by the time I handed her back to her mother. Yet, it was pleasant, too.
Of course I didn't, you little rugrat. I just had to take care of something before you arrived.
Really? Well, I guess that's fine. As long as he told me for work like last time.
Really? Now why don't we go back down and have breakfast in the parlor?
I already ate at home. Papa made one of his tortillas de patatas. He wouldn't let me leave until I finished every bite.
Ah, the Suarez infamous tortilla de patatas. Those things are a hazard. You can probably use one to bludgeon someone into submission with how huge they are. It's a miracle Kylie can still be so energetic. I had trouble staying awake the first time I had one. Speaking of staying awake...
Well, I need some coffee in me at the very least. But if you'd like, you can jump straight to dessert.
Yes! Dessert, please!
It's easy enough to manage Kylie with the promise of sweets, thankfully. The hard part is managing her before she gets the sweets, because I nearly have a heart attack when the kid races down the stairs. Just the thought of her slipping and breaking her neck is enough to make me rush after her.
Oh, slow down, the food isn't going anywhere.
The food is going somewhere. In my tummy.
She has a point. Come on.
Jesus fucking Christ. Children.
With a shake of my head, I usher Kylie towards the parlor and order a maid to bring food for us. Whatever breakfast there is, along with a cup of coffee for me and an ice cream for Kylie. But I can't leave the kid alone for too long unless I want to let her turn the other room into a slaughter ground. True to my expectations, I've only left Kylie alone for a few minutes, but she's already made herself comfortable. The stuff from her backpack has been left scattered across the room, from coloring books to crayons to toys. She's well equipped to amuse herself with no trouble, though I can certainly breathe a little easier if she won't bring her doll along every time she visits. It's a creepy fucking doll! Narcissa, or Cisa, is a creepy little bugger. It doesn't help when Kylie left her during one. Finding the thing at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at me at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, is a memory that won't be leaving me anytime soon. Even now, it stares at me from where it's seated. I'm wholly tempted to just throw the thing into the fireplace and banish it from whence it came. I can buy her a prettier doll, a better toy. I will break it, find a way to get rid of it if it wasn't from Hana, and if only Kylie isn't so attached to it. The thing is some antique doll she found in the brat's 6th birthday, one of a kind. My darling Hana loves it so. And Kylie does try to be a good goddaughter. But she just can't keep her interest long enough with the wife. And it's not something that Hana does wrong on her part. She just tries so very, very hard. It's just that she doesn't quite know how to handle children. She'd never been around other children when she was young, surrounded by protective adults who catered to her every whim and worried for her safety every minute. The doll is the ghost. That would be something. If there was a choice to burn it, I wouldn't do it. When she isn't able to keep up with Kylie, her first instinct is to be strict. Impose rules on the child. Treat her as if she's made of spun glass, like every movement might break her. I, at least, have some idea from being around street kids. I know the games they played and how they think. Maybe possessed Hana is more interesting to a child? Maybe. Hana is a ghost, the doll is the bird. Oh. I know that scraps and skinned knees are all a part of childhood. Even with how I grew up, I had time to be a child and not some sheltered heiress. With Kylie, as behaved as she can be with her toys and her books and arts, she had to use up her energy somehow. To run around the playground and make a mess in a mud or two, even just fake wrestle for a short while. Let her be a child when she wants, I'll say. If it becomes too much, just bribe her with sweets or ship her back to her papa. Problem solved! Unfortunately, Hana isn't quite up for those sort of things most of the time, thinking it'll spoil the child. It turns the whole playdate awkward every time. Taking the last seat left, I pluck one of her coloring books from the table and see it filled with dinosaurs. Not exactly what I expect to see for a little girl, but yeah, it doesn't hurt anyone. If she wants to play with dolls and cars, or dolls with their cars, what do I care? She once put dolls' tutus on model cars even.
Oh, this is a new one. The last one you had was filled with horses, wasn't it?
So this entire time, since the first time we saw him with Kylie, he's been really, really good to her. And I'm not saying that that excuses his behavior elsewhere, and he's still a gigantic dick, but he's very kind to Kylie, and I like that. Give it all to a friend of mine who repaints them at the hobby. I think it's super cool of people who do that. It's, I've seen some of it, and it's fascinating and awesome. Appreciate the lyric hope. You've been told she never filled out her paperwork on her car, and the bank is coming to take it away in half an hour. First time we've seen her in a mansion too. That's true. Yep.
Those were ponies, Tio. They're much cuter than horses.
The alert command doesn't do anything other than bring out that response. It's just a way to let me know that you're still here. You're just not actively chatting.
We went to a dinosaur zoo, and it was awesome. Dinosaurs are my favorite.
I have no idea what that is, but it must be something. I'm only familiar with the T-Rex myself.
Yeah, they found, fossils of its claws. They're really long. They think the whole theory might be a bazillion meters tall, even bigger than a T-Rex. Sisa says it'll be big enough to eat all my classmates.
Sisa is the doll. Dinosaur Zoo? Hey, that sounds awesome. I wish we did something like that. Welcome back, Irons. Would play this silence game with her all day? Come on. She only laughs as I scrunch up my nose and grimace.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
Taka who?
Is Takako an imaginary friend?
Takako, a friend I made.
Because she talked about Tatako back in school when we were Rebecca. Tatako and what was the other friend's name? I forgot. I have to stop and look around, expecting one of her help to be there. The child does have a way of befriending just about anyone, as long as she puts her mind to it. Yet the two of us are completely alone. Thankfully, she only finds my disturbed look as another funny, grown-up expression. That might be a lot more problematic than whatever she plays with dolls or cars, though. Both the thoughts of Sisa and giving Kylie ideas, and one of the said ideas being massacred by dinosaurs. Something I probably need to bring up with her father aside from work. But beyond murderous dinosaurs, creepy dolls, or imaginary friends, I find no trouble with Kylie. She's as energetic and precocious as any tyke her age can be. She's an angel if she can get comfy and settle in after getting her sweets. Could that be Zack? I don't think it's Zack. I don't think so. It could be. We tuck into our waffles as soon as the food is brought out. I love that throughout this entire game, the food has been the most detailed drawings out of anything. It's great. Our waffles, because she wanted her own plate to go with the ice cream as soon as she saw mine. A fresh plate of berries is brought in as well, which really does go great with the rest of this feast, as Kylie puts it. And if I indulge in the sweetness, I have a cup of black coffee to pair it off with. With our bellies full, Kylie grows content with just scribbling on a scrap of paper and calmly chatting about her week. She talks of her older brother Rowan and her parents, how they plan to go to Bloxland in Berkshire for the winter holidays. She talks of Miss Pink, and I have to shift my legs to become comfortable once more. The memory of my initial meeting with her is still fresh on my mind. She talks of the Sandman in the park and her new friend who likes to play hide and seek when she's not sniffling in the loo. The Sandman in the park is Zack, and her new friend who likes to play hide and seek when she's not sniffling in the loo is the friend that she talked to Rebecca about when they were in school. When finally she finds nothing new to talk about, she goes back to her drawings. That'll change as soon as her stomach settles too, of course. The calm before the storm. Because, behaved as she is right now, I can feel the curiosity just radiating off her. There's a restlessness buzzing under her skin, and a question on the tip of her tongue as they often are with children her age. But for now, I can take this piece with no complaint of however long it lasts. I have fun with the crayons as well, at the child's insistence, even if I can't really draw. With Kylie using the black crayon, that leaves me with the blue one. I absent-mindedly start to draw a puppy to the best of my abilities. Yeah, the friend in the bathroom was the ghost. Yup. It's as I attempted to give the doodle dogs another eye that Kylie breaks her silence.
Tio? Where did Tia go? I saw them leave when I got here. Tia didn't look so good.
I've been expecting a lot of different questions. The kid always had a whole bunch of them ready for me, but I can only sigh when she posts this particular one.
She's just going to the doctor's for a checkup.
And as kids go, there are follow-up questions.
And you didn't go with her?
Right? Even the little kid questions Dad.
Well, you were going to be here, sweetie, so I had to stay behind.
I am sure the parents would understand if you said your wife had to go to the hospital.
So she's all alone? At the hospital?
I mean, Hansi is there, but Hansi's a terrible human being.
Oh, no, of course not. Tia has her Hans and her maid and a guard. She's got plenty of company.
Yeah, but you're not with her.
Listen to the little girl. If I didn't know better, I'd say the kid is trying to make me feel guilty. I want to say that the little tyke is evil for making me feel so.
But I understand. When I get sick, Papa and Mama have to leave me with their maids, too.
Oh, poor little Kylie!
Oh, they don't take care of you?
That doesn't sound right. Even my mom took care of me when I was sick as a child.
Well, they're always busy with work.
Oh,
I see. I guess that's no good.
I know she doesn't mean to accuse me of anything, but as her father's boss, maybe I do overwork Suarez a bit. There's a lot of responsibilities that only he is capable of carrying out. Delegation is one thing, sure, but when said responsibilities are legally questionable at best, putting others to the task isn't always an option. But
maybe your papa is in need of some vacation time. He deserves it, doesn't he? He's a hard worker. I could arrange something for the holidays.
I could cut him some slack. Some of his assignments can wait. I can't do much for her mom. She isn't one of my employees. But this would have to suffice. It'll be worth it if it makes the little girl happy. Because just like that, the somber look on her face turns into one of pure joy. It's like looking at a little sun, warm and bright. it's nice to do something kind every now and then.
Would you really, Teal?
Aww.
Would you like that?
I'd like that very much, yeah! We can go to this museum! There's one with lots of cool trains and planes! I like trains!
Of course you do.
And there's the local Mirror theme park! And a monkey forest! There's a kid adventure farm too, the wacky warehouse, and a play barn as well, and...
How embarrassing would it be if your 6-year-old daughter negotiated for vacation? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good sign, really.
Whoa, slow down there, Munchkin. I know you're excited, but I think you should let me schedule your dad's day off before you plan a whole year's worth of stuff.
Day as in singular? His vacation time is 1 day off? Fucking Luke. There's an embarrassed giggle, but she does reel herself in, enough to calm down, which is a feat in and of itself. It's obvious how giddy she is. And if she wasn't looking forward to the holidays before, like any child should, she does now.
I think Tia would be really happy if you were with her. You could have told me you needed to go to the hospital with her, Teal. I won't be angry.
I'd love to be with her, but I wanted to spend time with you, Munchkin. And she told me to stay. Besides, I don't like hospitals. They always smell like alcohol. Not the good kind either.
I don't think anybody likes hospitals. They're scary. But you said Tia is brave and strong.
I would be terrified if I had to go to the hospital alone.
That she is.
A content silence comes over us as we go back to scribbling. Though I stop when I'm done with my blue dog, cringing at how awful it looks. Kylie reprimands me for that because I should be like her. The little tyke goes through several sheets of paper, one drawing after another. Practicing, she said, because practice makes perfect. Not to mention there's a drawing contest coming up in class and she just has to beat Tim from Class D who says girls can't be superheroes. Fuck you, Tim! The clay gets a turn too, where we start sculpting food and pretending we're Michelin chefs. When we're too tired from tossing pizza and making cakes, there's no trouble in finding another activity more relaxing for the both of us. I find myself invested in reading the picture of Dorian Gray once more. Often I lose myself in the pages of the book. However, it's rather difficult to do so when I'm also trying to keep an eye and ear out for Kylie. I've been reading the same paragraph over and over again. Don't go alone even when visiting someone because I'm afraid I'll get lost. Aww. It's super easy to get lost at hospitals. I've only been admitted to the hospital once, and my boyfriend went with me, and when we sort of realized that I would be spending the night, he went home to get my stuff and came back and spent the night with me. And like, in that situation, it's okay to be alone there because I didn't have a room, I slept in a hallway, but like I was sort of settled in and there was no sort of uncertainties anymore. But having the entire hospital visit alone? Nope. Nope. Inexplicably, I can feel my skin crawl when the girl sits with Narcissa by the parlor's fireplace, humming, singing. Though I ignore it long enough to hear only the tail end of the song. Is it gonna be London Bridge is falling down?
Everything is up in flames, up in flames, up in flames. Everything is up in flames, my fair lady.
Is you can step into a hospital at all. Just thinking of it creeps me out. Aww, Takala. Oh. It is understandable though. I completely understand the feeling of being creeped out by hospital. June! Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How is your stream? Are you still playing horror games? I mean, that's the most important question. Are you still playing horror games? Dying Light? How are you liking it? I haven't played that. I think it's on my wish list. I might own it. I have a lot of games. Hang on. Oh. I jump and then I die? That sounds good. That sounds entertaining. Gotta say. Luckily, I don't have much need for hospitals. As long as you stay healthy, Takala. As long as you stay healthy. First-person parkour zombie? That sounds fun. I'm glad you're liking it, though. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. And yeah, this is a much creepier version of this song. Oh, I was hoping we would get, like, a picture of that. Ah, holy shit! Look at the journal entry! Combat against humans is a pain, so I cheese it and set them on fire? I mean, I am very much in favor of that strategy. Very much so. You can do the campaign co-op. Oh, can you? Cool. Maybe that would be fun. I don't think I can spend any more time with Kylie considering how high-strung I feel. So it's a good thing that Suarez came back for her as soon as I called. Though it's earlier than the agreed upon time, he voices no complaint. The bastard even has a look of relief as soon as they left. Or at least I interpreted it as much from where I stood by one of the windows, not bothering to step out and greet the man. No doubt he still doesn't trust me around his spawn. Well, he has every right to be suspicious of me. I'm a dangerous man after all. But to my chagrin, that leaves me with the rest of the day with nothing to do. Well, aside from picking up the mess that Kylie left scattered about in the parlor. To my immense relief, she remembered to take the doll home with her this time. But the same cannot be said for the crayons and papers littered here and there. Enjoy Witcher, Joey. I know how obsessed you are with that game, so it's fine. First things first, I snatch my own doodle off the table and rip it to shreds, leaving no hope that it will see the day of light. Light of day. The rest of the drawings, all Kylie's, remain unharmed as I collect a lot. Though they have been stacked neatly on the table before, they must have been blown about when I saw Kylie off. And there are plenty of them. My work is offering paid time off tomorrow for weather. That's awesome. You should go for it, right? 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 Just realize your follow count? What's with my follow counts? I don't pay attention to my follow counts. Joey's always with us anyway, and go through my day and hear a voice in my head saying, "Damn Germans!" Sounds appropriate. There's some banned subject going on and decided not to. Wow. Wow. I had like an extra 1K followers since the last time I looked at her follow count. Aww. Get no bonus that pay? I mean, it's still a paid day off, right? Even without bonuses, I would take it. I wouldn't even hesitate. I would just take it and run. I would like go home right now and just say, okay, see you guys whatever the next work day is. I lose track of days. I'm a student, okay? You can't expect me to keep track of what day it is. From cats and cakes to colorful rainbows and gardens, the child managed to make a lot during her morning hair. There is one more that I have to fish out of the fireplace where it landed. Expecting to see another one of Kylie's masterpiece, I am instead greeted with something a little bit more concerning. That makes sense. The ghost in the bathroom at the school, that was Takako. When you stay up to 3 AM playing visual novels, it's easy to look track. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, can we appreciate how she drew his hair? There's me, there's Kylie, the two of us side by side and smiling as our stick figure selves stand in a nondescript field. That much I can certain without looking too much at the labels below the doodle's feet. But a third figure stands next to me in the drawing. A woman with her face hidden behind a curtain of black. Takako with the writing under her supplies.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
One big happy family.
Taka who?
Takako, a friend I made.
I hear whispers! The hairs on my back of my neck stand on end, and I feel a chill go down my spine. A breath. That isn't mine. That has me turning around, expecting, hoping to see someone, anyone. But nothing. And that's when I hear it. Laughter. Loud ass fucking laughter. Sweet and merry laughter ringing from the ballroom. Thinking about it has my cheeks burning and my blood running hot. It's so loud! It's as if I'm being mocked. No. As I stomp towards the door, I have to stop myself from shouting up a storm. I expect to see some of the help dallying about, idle from their duties. Perhaps they thought they can slack off in their duties without the head butler around, and with my preoccupation with Kylie. I can barely hear myself talk because it's so loud. Well, they had another thing coming. It's empty. But again, nothing. Nothing from what I can see with a cursory glance, at the very least. I roam around looking for a near impossible hiding places. And still, I'm all alone. Yet I can still hear the laughter, that accursed laughter echoing about in the room, in my head.
Who's there? Show yourselves and show some respect to the master of the house!
Cold uneasiness settles into my stomach when no one answers. I stumble on my own 2 feet, feeling a wave of nausea coming from nowhere. I have to put a hand against the wall to stay upright, when the world shifts and pain explodes from behind my eyes. It takes every ounce of self-control not to heave here, then and there. The only thing my pride allowed me to do then is close my eyes and attempt to alleviate some of the pain. Vague, unfamiliar images, dare I say memories not mine, flash in my head, unforbidden and unwelcome. Like a strong hammer strike to my head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. Whatever emotions they hold are muted. I'm nothing but a spectator. Still, its weight feels palpable. Though it doesn't take long for these sensations to get in my head, through my eyes and my ears it creeps and buzzes in the spaces between. Over and over. It hurts. The pain, however, is not overbearing or blinding. It's a littlest of cuts and bruising of flesh by blunt force. It dribbles down my cheek and into my mouth. There's a pounding in my head. It's not blinding, but that makes it all starker. Everything hurts.
Please, milady, he need not suffer. I beg of you, have mercy. You already have me to do as you please. He deserves none of this.
Lord Alokin! Hi! Thank you so much for that raid! Thank you very, very much. We're having a moment. We're having this crazy Luke is in some way reliving the memories of like the original owners. Wow. You finished episode 4 of the council? How did it go? How did it go? Yeah, so here's the thing. Luke has been seeing the ghost, but he's been seeing it sort of like fleetingly. Here and there, and now he's living these memories of the people who used to live here, and we think this looks like the girl who is the ghost. It's a soap opera and your mother died. Or sisters or whatever she was. Yeah, it's a crazy game. Oh my god! So many raids! Porcelain Rat, thank you so much! Thank you very, very much. Hi G! Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Letter is an interesting game to say the least. It's crazy. It's a crazy game, and things are crazy. I know I said it like 5 times, but it is. Hi, bye. How's it going? How did you find the Return of the Obra Dinn? Did you all put your detective minds together? I mentioned it in our chat earlier, but the Return of the Obra Dinn is one of those games that I don't think I could ever play. I love the game. I think it's so fascinating, and I love the whole concept of it. But I think I would go crazy by playing the game, so I watch other people play it instead. It's buffering? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Aww. Is it buffering for anyone else? It looks fine for me. It's fine for you too, Skibbles? Okay. Alright, that's strange. Buffering. Okay, thank you guys. I always get concerned when there is buffering, because I had like a week or two where I had a lot of frame drops, and it was so stressful. It was so incredibly stressful, and every time I hear the word buffer or frame drops, I panic a little bit inside. I'm glad it worked with the refresh. Hello again. How's it going? How did you find the Return of the Obra Dinn? How did it go? Did you make any progress? Did you figure out the mysteries of everyone? If you can't tell, we're having a moment here, and yeah, it's a little crazy. Oh, super stable. I'm glad. I do have a good internet connection. It's just that there was a week where it was just really unstable, and it was super frustrating, and it instilled this panic deep inside me that's never leaving. Not everyone yet. It's one of those games where, as far as I know, based on what I've seen from it, you find out what happened to most of the people, and then you get super stuck on a few people. And it's probably gonna be nice when you just figure out what you're missing from those. Don't speak of that week, but it never left my memory. It never left my mind. So, we're still playing The Letter, and we're in the final chapter. We're still done 0%. To give you an idea, we have played the final chapter for a little over 2 hours, and we've seen 0%. Literally. 0% of this entire chapter. So, yeah. I wonder what this story update right here is. What caused this? Like, there are so many story updates here. These are not choices that I could have made right now. These are story updates based on what has happened previously in the game. And I wonder what we did previously in the game to help us see this. I want to look at the chart. I want to look at the chart! Your chapter was really short? See, that's what I'm concerned about, because I know there's one path that ends like here or something in the chart. And that concerns me. I'm not looking any further than right here where we are right now, okay? Constantly living in this chart? No! Not at all. Of course, Porcelain Rat. I want you to play this game so badly, and I want you to play it without spoilers. So that's why I haven't progressed from this screen right here, because nothing is really happening right now. So just... just play this game and have fun with it. Enjoy it. Hi, Pureblood. The replay possibilities are strong? Oh god, yes. Definitely. There are so many different endings to every single one of the chapters, and everything changes everything. Alright. Ending I got the first time was kind of unsatisfactory and nothing was really resolved. Oh no! See, that's my fear. That's my fear in this game, because my entire hope from Luke's chapter is that we will get some resolution. I think I've seen get out of this chart more than holy shit in this game. What's your point? Thank you so much, Person Rat, and thank you so much again for the raid. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Love the art style and feeling of this game. Me too. They've done an amazing job on all of these still images and the animations and everything. It's really, really good. The stream's going pretty good. We're making progress in the Luke chapter, and I'm very excited to see where it goes. I have no point. All right, let's progress. I wonder if he sees different memories, and I wonder if he sees this memory, because I think this might be the memory fragment that we unlocked when Rebecca died. And I have a theory that that's what all of these are. That these, no, not these, where we are right now, that these are just memory fragments that he sees because we have unlocked them through other people's deaths. No, we haven't missed anyone's death. Can see our backstory about the letter and the witch. Not even these memory fragments? Right. Because the memory fragments you only get when people die, I think. Why is this happening?
Silence. Before I cut out that impertinent tongue of yours and feed it to the dogs.
And that was one of my theories previously that I mentioned earlier today, that there are two sort of main ways that the game goes. Either everyone dies and you sort of resolve the whole ghost thing, or everyone makes it out alive, but the ghost is still there. And that makes sense in a whole, if someone dies, you get backstory because you get these memory fragments. Good night, mister. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you managed to sleep. We'll see.
You will watch and you will learn what happens when I am displeased.
What have I done to deserve this? One after another, they come at me. An unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Each one a show both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene is like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. I can feel every little emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. I feel a part of these, like I've lived through them, though I know that that's not possible. All their anger burns through me, that much is evidence, but the pain more so. And above it all are the whispers. The voices calling, luring, until one image emerges into a vivid contrast with the others. When there's a shout of joy, my eyes snap open, looking for the culprit. And that's when the whole room just changes. Everything is the same, yet everything isn't. Holy shit. There are people everywhere, laughing and dancing. So loud. I should be concerned about them, but my mind finds it easy to dismiss them as they fade in and out of nothingness. Instead, I find my concentration drawn to a man and a woman, though they can only call them a lord and a lady going by their clothes. And oh, just see how happy the couple looks. Though the man's eyes are eerily blank, like he's not all there. His face is familiar, though. In fact, they both are. But I can't quite place why. The two make for a pretty picture as they dance in the center of the ballroom. Even the phantom crowd's attention stays on them. It reminds me so much of Hana and I during the early days of our marriage. The honeymoon years, they call it. We were happy then, too. All smiles and our sunshine, even with the normal dreary weather. Younger, we had less to worry about. Or at least thought that way. I thought, wished I could go on that way, even with all that I did and had to do. Aw, Skibbles! We'll see you later. Have a safe drive home. Aw, typical. Of course, if you don't come back, or if you do come back, you will get a recap. Don't stay after 3 again? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe. But life has a way of catching up. There was still work to be done. Although we had to stay the loving, perfect couple in public, I could not afford to look so weak, to appear tied down to someone else. To those who knew who I really am. I had to harden my heart when I have business, but it hadn't always been so easy to just switch that part of me on and off. See you, Skibbles. I should be concerned about the intrusion, too. Ask what in the bloody hell they're doing in my house, throwing a party as if they own the place. Ask myself how the fuck I didn't notice what was going on before, when the parlor and the foyer are only a few doors away. But I have a feeling that yelling and screaming at them won't do much, if anything, away. None of the others have given me notice. I realize that this might not even be real. It dawns on me that these two are people from the paintings, the ones all over the mansion. Which makes sense. I don't think I'm imaginative enough to make all of this up on my own. This must be a dream. Or a really horrible high. Just then I can feel eyes on me as I contemplate the absurdity of the situation. Yet I find difficulty in trying to tear my eyes away from the two dancing. I manage. And I regret looking away. The woman from the balcony stands beside me. I can hear her rattling breath, menacing and chilling. Everything in me screams to run. But something pins me to the spot just as he looks at me, watching and waiting. The clamor of their voices fill the ballroom. Although they say such welcoming words, I do not feel comforted by the madness I'm experiencing. I know, Akali, the sound effects are so good. Their joyous voices turn sinister and foreboding in my ears. The chorus of people that shouldn't exist, threaten to overwhelm me. Drown me even as I stand on dry land. The music still plays as the Phantom Quartet continues while I stand here, vulnerable and afraid. But the dance is already ended. Hi, Punchbug. Hello. How's it going? And I'm afraid that I might just be tonight's entertainment. Attention is all well and good until bollocks like this go down. These phantom people watch me, thousands of eyes scrutinizing, though they cheer for my return, cajole me to dance and join them in their merriments. These are eager hands all over, pulling me in every direction, but they do not move me enough to remove me from the woman's gaze.
Listen. Can you not hear them as they welcome you home? Your kind, our kind. You're one of us, my love. We are bonded by the blood we share.
They are related. If I thought the voices were overwhelming before, it's nothing compared to how they are now. Their voices are loud, speaking in unison and echoing ever on in the spaces of my head. They welcome me back as if I always belonged, as if I was meant to be here in the first place. They call me all these titles and names that do not belong to me, and that man's face, the one with the empty eyes, flashes again before me. Once, fleetingly. Like a new memory having burned itself in my mind. I have to struggle for air when I come back to myself after.
I'm not. This isn't...
The welcoming turns into screams at my protest, pain and desperate pleas for my help, telling me that it's my duty to stay, telling me that I belong among them, to them. Gentle touches turn near threatening, the warning scratches and the baring of teeth by predators before they truly maim somewhere. My mouth goes dry as I struggle to speak some sense in this hallucinatory madness, but I don't get the chance as they drown out my voice.
Our lord, my prince.
Oh! At her words, there's a compulsion to stay. Though my heart races in my chest, the fear that I should be experiencing refuses to register in my head. Mind and body war with each other, nearing tearing me in two. Oh, you finally returned to us. The compulsion to walk into her arms is strong. Whispers in my head tell me to go to her. They say that she's safety, she's home and heart. We have been waiting for so long. But repulsed at these thoughts, I wrench away and turn with a small gasp. Without hesitation, I start to make a run for it. I nearly falter when an angry shriek pierces the air, inhumane and monstrous. I don't dare look back, I just run. I didn't care if this is drug-induced hallucination or not. Just run. Out of the ballroom. And out of the parlor. It's only then that I bothered to look back, hoping and praying to God I scorned that it did not pursue me. I would have to run all the way out of the mansion too if only someone didn't get in my way. I collide with a body much larger than mine and fall back to the ground, head spinning as I look back up to the stained glass. Turning my head to the side replaces the colorful sight with a pair of shiny black shoes. Fatigue fills every inch of my being then, making me refuse to get up. Meanwhile, a familiar head of a ginger hair looks back at me in bemusement.
You really must look where you're going if you insist on running about. Do tell, where is the fire?
Most likely, Lord Alokin. Most likely, the maid from back then is the ghost. Yep. Yep.
Oh, thank God you're here.
I do hope you don't have a concussion. Can you count backwards from 15 to 1 for me?
Oh, fuck off, you wanker. Just help me up.
I do not think insulting me if you do have a concussion is a smart decision. But no, really. 15 to 1.
That woman, she was here. I told you to keep an eye out for her.
The other man offers an arm and pulls me up to my feet then. But before I can storm off and pull him into the ballroom, he anchors me down with one hand on my shoulder and the other touching the back of my head.
No bruising or bump. That still does not mean that you don't have a concussion.
What is that green light behind him?
If you are too lazy to count backwards, can you tell me your full name? Where are you currently?
We don't have Lucille Mitchell Wright, and this is the Ermengarde bloody fucking foyer. But we don't have time for this.
You must make and have the time to make sure you are not broken in the head. I have already sent security to scour the whole house when I saw you running out of the parlor, Dummkopf. If the woman is here, they will have her. You will only be slowing them down if you plan to interfere.
When he points that out, I realize that there are guards starting to filter into the house as we speak, with some already searching the nearby rooms. Armed and uniformed men go about in pairs, making it so that the house is in a flurry of activity. He lets go of me then, with the knowledge that I'm not going to keel over anytime soon.
I was hoping that you would be tired from dealing with the young miss on my return. Instead, you come running and hit your head. Such a troublesome boy. Shall I be carrying you to bed, too?
Where's Hana?
I can manage just fine on my own. Though I don't see how I can sleep until that woman is caught.
Because if he's back, then that means Hana must be back from the hospital too, right?
It'll be easier to keep you safe in your quarters. This is twice we've known the woman to break in. I think we can safely presume that you hold her interest.
He says it as a matter of fact in a tone that brooked to no argument. Not like I'll argue if it means I'm kept safe. The two of us hurry upstairs, though we remain watchful and wary of any potential threats to my person. We make it to the master bedroom without any trouble, though, and two of the security are left outside the door. No problems at all. Not until we get inside. Johan's eyes scan the room wildly, a look of dread on his usually stoic face. And I don't understand for a moment. Looking around the bedroom, it's empty. He left Hana there. And she's gone. But then I realize...
Where's Hana? She came home with you from the hospital, didn't she?
She's supposed to be here. I sent one of the maids to accompany her here, to let her rest.
I feel the color drain from my face when he raises a hand to stop me from charging out there.
Stay.
I'm not staying in here while Hana stays out there.
One of the guards will find her and bring her here.
And what if they don't? What if that woman gets to her first? What if she already has her?
That's not possible.
You can't promise that.
There's no second thought as I reach under my side of the bed and pull out one of my knives. I have no doubt that the other man can take me on if we were both unarmed, but with this, I can even the feels, or at least deter him from escalating the situation and risking hurting either of us.
I'm going out there to look for Hana, and you're either with me or you aren't. I'm not risking Hana, and I'm not leaving her alone.
Still, like a stubborn mule, he refuses to budge from the door. There's a withering look on him that I try to match. One that somehow I'm losing fast to, even with him not saying a word yet.
Can you see yourself in the mirror right now? You are in no proper state to go looking for anyone. If it will make you happy, I will do the looking. But please, and don't make me repeat this, stay where it's safe, where security can find you. We already have one person to be worried about. Please don't add another one to it.
Perhaps it's his tone. In spite of his general disdain for virtually everything that has to do with me, I'd like to think that over the years he has grown to care for Hana, at least. He does care about Hana, and he does care about Kylie. And sure, I can respect that with him, but he's still a major dick-ass. Turn from escalating the situation by pulling out a knife. Yep, super clever. Hana disappeared from there. Yes. But Hana is also possessed by the ghost. Of course, they don't know that. So having him locked in this room to keep him safe is counterintuitive. But, you know, we know that she's probably not here because she's the ghost right now. As much as I loathe to admit this, I trust him with her safety over any other servant in this house. So, an acquisition.
You have 2 hours, Shirokin. I don't think it'll take that long to find one missing woman in this house.
Hana was not taken by the ghost, but possessed and left. Yeah. One of my theories earlier today, because when we ended off yesterday, we ended up the day after right now. And what happened was that Ash and Zack and Isabella were in the situation against Luke, where he was pointing a gun at them, and Hana was suddenly standing at the top of the stairs as very clearly possessed. We've done that one before. Yeah, my theory is that she now disappears and Luke doesn't see her again until that moment. That's my theory. That's what I was getting at. We did this yesterday. But that's my theory, that she's now gone. Because I mentioned earlier that what if she dies and that moment in the stairs is when Luke sees her again, thinking that she is dead.
2 hours. Any more than that, and I'm going out there.
Of course.
Despite his words, he lingers. If he didn't know any better, I'd say he wants to make sure I get in that damn bed and sleep before he turns away from me. What am I, a child? Watching me and treating me like one. That's the reason why we will never get along. Oh, you meant the word. Oh. See, I forget words. But thank you for trying.
Well, what are you waiting for?
And the knife?
The knife stays.
Very well.
Only then does he seem to get the hint. With a nod, he leaves, locks and closes the door behind him. Oh boy. Oh boy. For a moment, I still hear his voice while he gives the guards outside firm instructions. Then a hush as soon as he departs and his footsteps fade away. One that doesn't quite last. As quickly as the silence settles, lightning flashes across the sky, followed immediately by the loud boom of thunder. And that thunder means that we are getting super close to Ash and his crew breaking into the mansion. Because they did that at night during the thunderstorm. And that wanker strikes so dangerously close that I can feel the electricity in the air. The power goes out not a second later, and I feel as I'm being mocked by whatever greater power there is. All is deathly still for a moment, but soon the rain starts once again. Far heavier than the light drizzle from this morning, its pitter-patter hitting hard against this place's roof. Despite the noise, I find myself drawn to my bed, exhausted, hoping for a little nap. I'm safe here. Hana will be safe too. Shirokin will find her, and when I wake, she'll be here. It doesn't take long. Once my head hits the pillow, in a matter of minutes, darkness claims me, bringing with it laughters and whispers of a twisted love from a long time ago. More memory fragments?
Who are you? Stay away!
Sweet dreams, my love. It'll be over soon. Yet, in spite of the unfamiliar voices and unwanted touches from the shadows lurking in the dark, rousing is a slow, arduous process. Difficult, every limb feeling heavy with lead, no matter my aversion for the words they murmur in my ears, or the sight of her horrid smile from afar. My body refuses to yield. I am at their mercy. Beyond fathomable reason, my consciousness refuses to pull from the waking world, choosing to linger in the pits of a dream, gradually drawing me deeper into unknown depths. Somehow, even if it might mean I never open my eyes, I allow them.
You do not belong there, my prince.
Not that I mind getting a few extra hours, of course. The bed's more than comfortable as it is. After an exhausting day yesterday. Babysitting Kylie and the stress of finding an intruder in my own home. I think I deserve a little break every once in a while. Especially after going through all that in a single day. I can only be on the receiving end of so many unacceptable things within a span of a few hours, you know? As gracious a host and a person I am, my patience has its limits too. I'm just gonna save real quick. Although there's still that problem with Hannah. I haven't forgotten that, of course. But that's why I hired Strokin. He's competent enough. He won't even last a day in my service if he's any lesser than those half-wits who think they can deceive me with sweet words. He's more than capable of working on his own without guidance. Let the butler take care of that little problem with Hannah while I... Hannah.
You do not need her. I am here.
Fuck.
We are here. This is where your home is.
Where you belong for the blood we share. Come back to us. How long has it been since? Johans have never taken this long before.
Surely there should have been an update by now. Alright?
So why isn't there?
Please don't go.
Bloody hell, the cretins I've surrounded myself with.
And isn't that enough reason to force myself out of bed? As it has always been the case. Midnight. They broke in around midnight. We are progressing quickly along the chart. We're about here, so we're still very early in the chart. Fuck. My eyes slice open, expecting the warm rays of sunshine filtering through the curtains. Only to be greeted by a blinding flash of light and a loud boom of thunder that sounded nearly too close to my ears. Strong gusts of wind will occasionally burst in from the open balcony door, bringing in drizzles of cold rain into the room. I must have left it open earlier before dozing off. The carpet on the floors closest to it is already drenched. This game is on average about 40 hours. I think we hit the 40-hour mark like yesterday. We're at 42 hours right now. Hannah is going to be so cross when she sees this. Are you scared of thunder too, Simon? It's worth it if you're into visual novels. If you're into slow games where 99% of everything is reading, then yes, I would say it's very worth it. That was just loud. Not in real life. Okay. I'm a little scared of thunder. So yeah, I would say it's worth it if you like this kind of game. Not that it's an immediate problem. If anything, this is a power outage we would be minding first. With the intruder still at large, staring through this darkness might be far more fatal than multiple stab wounds or a gunshot through the chest.
Oh, great. The power's still out. That is exactly what I need right now. Yes.
It's this storm, of course. I should have moved back to the penthouse to weather it in a much more comfortable setting. Already, I can hear the creaking groans of this old place as rain beats against the windows.
Johans! Has someone been sent to check the circuit breaker yet?
I do not like thunder. I never have. It makes me feel incredibly uneasy. No answer.
Johans?
Silence.
Shrokin! Someone! Anyone?
Still nothing, and my cordial mood is quickly dissipating.
Where are those idiots when you need them?
It's really a wonder why he hasn't fixed this yet. Was I really out that long? Can't be. It's only been a few hours after midnight, if the time on my wristwatch is anything to go by. Unless I've forgotten to change it again after that last overseas trip a few months ago. Though the delay is understandable if he went looking for Hana as he promised. But bloody hell, my safety is also at stake here. Cursing, I stay still, letting my eyes try to adjust to the darkness while my hands fumble for my slippers. Johannes, I know! This has been bothering me too, Takala. If that butler isn't going to fix this, I may as well order the security posted outside to do it. It's probably just a blown fuse. Anyone with a brain can repair one. Grabbing my jacket with footwear finally on, I make for the door. Although in haste, I pause briefly when a gleam catches my eyes. One of my drawers, underneath the clutter I've yet to organize, the muzzle of a gun peeks out. Hana has never openly commented on my possession of it, but I know she does not approve of it, knowing the bloody firearms policy in this nation. Of course, I've not found much use for it in the 7 years we've been together, otherwise she would have already thrown it out years ago. Doesn't mean it won't be useful right now. Without second thought, I seize it, sending the stuff piled above it onto the floor. Whatever. I'll get to it later. This blackout problem should be resolved first. Right next to my missing security detail, as it turns out.
Where the fuck did everyone go?
There were two, weren't they? Shrokin had two blokes posted to stand guard for the night. I might be panicking for a bit earlier, but I'm sure I haven't gotten delusional yet. What, did both of them decide to take a break? Because they think Master's already sound asleep and won't be looking for them?
Damn nitwits.
I know assassinations happen very rarely these days, and even less in a peaceful city like Luxborn, but bollocks. There's been a woman going in and out of this place uninvited who may or may not want to put a knife in my back. Isn't that enough reason to stay on alert? I'm fairly certain Shrokin won't just enlist their help just for this power outage, only to leave me unprotected. We have a difficult friendship, so to speak, but I doubt that man is an opportunist. I'm holding the lives of his family in my hands, after all. He knows what I'm capable of doing. He's not stupid enough to do anything that'll endanger them and save only himself. So, where then? Only my footsteps echo along the dark passage, and I'm left gripping the handle of my pistol for some sort of comfort. Without proper lighting, and with the storm still raging outside, the stories I've heard about this place seem to have some truth to it. Some. If I'm reaching in which to entertain myself for a bit, I'll say there might also be ghosts whispering in my ear, calling. Of course, it's just the wind and the trees rustling outside. Nothing good will come of allowing these thoughts to linger when problems are still piling up in front of me, one after another. Especially with what greets me once I get to the foyer. We have so much on November the 1st already. From Ash's chapter. Though it's dark, the large windows illuminate the area much more easily than any of the other rooms. And from where I stand at the top of the stairs, I can easily make out their forms, recognize them even. It's all gone crazy when these intruders come into my house. I'm no stranger to a cop playing dirty. The smart ones knew that neither life nor criminals are going to fair play. And if one of these WOG stores is in on this, I'm not surprised too. But Lily, the estate agent, she doesn't seem the sort. Not to mention Mint. Hana trusted her. I trusted her to be a professional at the very least, for fuck's sake. So if he doesn't know that she has been trapped down in the basement.
Well, well, what have we here? If I were any less sober, I'd say this is the beginning of a joke.
Bloody trespassers, what is wrong with these people? Do they really think I'll be fine with them walking into my home like this? What are they even doing here? If I didn't know any better, they might also be behind Hana's disappearance.
That's right, my love.
They must have a motive.
Make them pay.
Oh, fuck. And it better be a good one.
For all the wrong made to us.
Or a bullet to the head is the least all of them will deserve.
Let's see. A photographer, a real estate agent, an interior designer walk into a mansion.
Thunder crackles once again, cutting me off. This time, the sound hits close enough that it nearly feels like the windows and the ground itself are rumbling. All is deathly still for a moment. I don't let it stop me, however, as I slowly make my way towards them. Taking one careful step at a time, relishing the expression of fear in their eyes. I suppose there's something ominous in this setting, with the heavy rain outside and the lack of light here. I kinda like it, to be honest. Adds something to the atmosphere. I suppose I must look like a villain now. But short of me getting close to them, a noise to my left distracts me, briefly halting my movements while curiosity takes over every murmurs in my head. And it's a good thing, perhaps, that I did. Because as soon as I look up, I see him. Another trespasser. Great. Oh, Ash. Just as he's about to jump down from the furniture that has somehow ended up piled and blocking the door to the parlor. What happened here? And did he really think it's alright to do that in other people's house? Louse.
Teach him, my lord. Put him in his place.
My hands already moving before any rationale can stop me. Fingers firm at my gun when I finally release the safety from it and take aim. Not at him, but at his friends. They are his, aren't they? Why else would they be here together? Doesn't matter. He won't let the people he cares about be harmed. My finger on the trigger more than itching to shoot, but I hold back. Sure, I could have simply taken aim at him. But more than seeing him bleed, I want to see the expression on his face once he realizes everything he's doing is futile. He's trapped. Lives are in my hand. His lives in my hand.
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it? I feel so left out.
I can tell the exact moment the realization dawns on him. A short second of his body freezing and blood draining from his face as soon as his feet hits the floor and he looks up. He's already a prey trapped by his own recklessness.
Pathetic.
And really, Lily, even you.
Sir, this isn't what you're thinking. Something's going on in this mansion.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is?
We're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Please what?
We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry, I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy. This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
It's just a passing remark, of course. I'm not stupid enough to do something that'll bring negative attention to myself. Reputation at all. I can't just risk it. The thought of having dead bodies here, ones that I'm not even responsible for, they're the ones who trespassed. It's already quite too much. It'll literally be overkill, especially for someone like me. Nevertheless, joke or not, Feathers wastes no time drawing his own guns at the slight wave of my own. Even if he knows it's already too late. Still, he glares at me. Still, he fights back.
Now, Feathers. Manners. You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
There's no desperation in him like I'm hoping, just an annoyance flickering shortly before being hidden underneath a challenge. The likes of him are the kind of people I hate the most. Even with their failures already glaring down at them, mocking every worthless move they make, they have the impudence to stare people in the eye.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall! You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Annoying most of the time, like a damn pest you can't get rid of. But to some degree, it's commendable. I'll give him that. After all, we're almost the same in that regard. Almost. I'm still the better person, of course. He tells me to put the gun down, but I see no reason why I should. I'm a homeowner. In defense of my own home, I have the right to, I'd like to think. Questionable permit of firearms aside, it's not like I wanted this. But I'm already high-strung and their presence does not help. Bloody peasants. I can never seem to figure out how their minds fully work. Take this one, for example. Despite the pride brimming him, how he matches my glare with one of his own, he simply lowers his pistol after a long second, not in surrender. The tense set in his shoulders tell me as much, but the closest he can get to lowering his own ego in favor of something I can't quite place. Interesting. Gotta admit, I'm almost disappointed.
As you should be, my lord.
I've expected him to hold until one of us shoots the other. Can't say it'll be more exciting that way. A bullet inside any part of my body isn't something I'd like to have on a bad day like today, or any day for that matter. But it'll surely be predictable of him. And I like predictable. They're the kinds of people who are the easiest to deal with, no matter the situation. With them, there's no second guessing what they'll do. He shoots, I shoot. One of us dies, the other walks away. Nothing complicated. Nothing requiring much brain power, just muscle memory and who's the better shooter. End of story. Yet here he is, dragging a deep breath in and setting aside the only thing protecting him. I can easily shoot him this way.
Friend.
Akalia, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ninja Queen. Thank you very, very much for that. Happy 6 months, Ninja Queen. I appreciate that a lot, Akalia. That's very kind. Ugh. It's a good break for me to take some water, too. Seriously, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I can easily shoot him this way, be done with this whole farce of a conversation. Instead, I find myself listening. A concession. For a person who, in another life, would also become the person I am today, had this circumstances allowed it. Welcome back, Hope! Supposed to just lay down and rest in my bed, but fell asleep? You needed the sleep then. I hope you feel a little better. Continued 6 months. It's been so long, Ninja. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're here. I like that both Luke and Ash are being like, they have the exact same thought process here, that they would have been pretty much the same person if they have just gone in different paths in life. They have such like the similar... They're very similar, just that they have grown up in different ways. Which is very interesting. Damn shame. We might have gotten along.
Listen, right. I need you to...
But alas...
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy. Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times already.
7 months and 11 days? My god. Yeah, you're never allowed to leave. You're one of us, and you always will be.
In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
A meeting of two prideful blokes will never go well, whichever lifetime it is. So tired I knew I'd fall asleep if I went to bed, but I didn't care anymore. Aww. Oh, Hope. I know that feeling though. It's a weird feeling. Also, if you guys didn't know, Twitch added a new feature where if you click someone's name in chat, it will tell you how long they have been following the channel and how long they have been subscribed, which is a very neat feature. It's very cool. I like that they added that. And I can only laugh at his audacity, his lack of shame and fear even facing the business end of my pistol.
You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
The best truth I can offer him. Not many people, those who have slighted me in particular, live this long to see it.
And he should be grateful. You're already gracious enough, allowing him to stand in your presence like this.
Yes, especially when he has a lot to answer. Preferably right now, because as generous as I have been so far, my patience has its limits. My amusement can only last for so long. In 2 to 3 hours trying to progress in Anno for Luna 4. All I need to do is move one item from one island to another. Oh my god. It's so frustrating. I think Nick and Egger would get rid of me. It's funny, because I spent 2 years working with him and hearing all about you, Simon. And now you're one of us. You're one of us now. In 2 steps, I'm standing in front of him, grabbing him by the collar and resting the cold muscle of the eagle against his temple. Ashton.
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
He'll end up a pretty smear on the wall this close. No, you've definitely been here more than a month later, Tikala. What might have happened is, I know a lot of people accidentally hit the unfollow button, or there's a Twitch bug where sometimes it unfollows profiles. So if you, at any point, unfollow and then follow again, it resets the whole count.
What is it that you people really want with me?
And I've seen it happen a lot.
This is the 2nd time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game.
I'm so embarrassed when I hear how much he really talks about me. Are you kidding me? He says nothing but positive things about you. You have nothing to be embarrassed or worried about.
Did the NCA send you to apprehend me? Or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
And he knows it. Of course he does. Hitman or not, he has been trained, judging purely by his stance. I wanted to follow somebody you rated. We're still on your channel? Right. I've done that. I've done that too. But not many bothered to be as cautious as him. One glimpse at my handgun safety earlier is all it took for him to see that I meant business. Similar. Too similar. Just gonna... Well, quick. We're too alike in so many little ways, it's funny. Also, have you noticed? I'm not sure we have made a single decision as Luke. I think that so far, every single one of these branches and paths have been due to previous choices. We haven't made a single choice, I don't think. Which is so interesting. Down to the fact that he doesn't even flinch, no matter how heavy the threats in my words are. Even knowing how one flick of my finger on the trigger will be enough to end his sorry life. He should have caved in by now, started begging like so many others before him. Still at 0%. Yeah. We have seen 0% of Luke's story, guys. Culmination of all earlier choices, yeah. Something like 0.4% of players have 100%ed his chapter. Instead, he throws more vitriol, adds more kindling to a fire already burning.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Not the words I would use in this situation, but okay. Igniting it further that I can't help but return it to him with equal fervor. We don't need him, my love.
Why, you insolent!
We both decide to move in that moment, both of our bodies tensing, each of us racing to get ahead of the other. However, before we can even get a head start, a voice unexpectedly rings above the chaos to ensue. Lecturing my friends to get there and wear rights. Whenever I'm tired, just muddle them together. It happens.
Hana?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. What do you think you're doing out here this late?
The woman that stands there is the one that I married. The love of my life. So why is it that the look she gives me now makes me feel so revolted? Makes it so that there's just a general sense of wrongness in the way she smiles at me. Welcome back, Jan.
Hana! Oh, thank goodness, it's just you. Oh, you gave me quite the fright. We've been looking all over for you.
Saying this makes my tongue feel heavy. I'm so used to lying, to putting on a face, but this just feels wrong. It's such a small lie, yet a big one at that. Catch up with the story and I have to go. Aw, Ninja. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day. To be afraid of the sight of my own wife for no apparent reason is illogical. Yet her mere presence has been disturbing. From her suddenly devoted and near-dependent nature, her obsession and possessiveness to her strange way of speaking, something has been wrong with Hana as of right. I didn't want to admit it, but it was almost as if she turned into another person overnight. And looking up at her now only seems to solidify this. It's almost as if I can't recognize my own wife. I put a straight up no doubter there.
Fetch me. Whatever for, my prince.
Look, that doesn't matter right now. You need to get out of this house right now, alright? Stay in the penthouse for a while.
Leave our home? What if I wish to stay?
It's not safe here, darling. Now is not the time to explain. Just listen to me. Okay, Buttercup?
I hold out my hand to her in the hopes that she won't ask any more questions. I shove away the ill thoughts that I have about her, about how this is not the wife I married. People change, as now is not the time to have some sort of existential crisis about it. Our safety is priority right now, and I'll feel better about all of this as long as I can have her by my side. But she barely budges from her place atop the stairs, let alone take my hand. And the way she looks at me just sends chills down my spine.
Why should I? Is something the matter? What about you? Are you not coming with?
What was I supposed to say? Where to even start? Maybe just confess there's some crazy lady roaming about, and I really like it if she just stayed safe.
You just need to leave for a while so I can let security sweep the place. And someone has to be there, yes? To supervise and all. That'll be my job, Buttercup.
Still, nothing. She doesn't move from where she stands, still with that amused grin on her face, as if this is all some funny joke and she's the only one who can see the punchline.
But I do not wish to leave, and you should not either. You've just arrived, my prince.
Luke has seen the ghost. He has seen the ghost twice, doesn't know it's a ghost. He thinks it's an intruder.
This is your home. Our home. Would you really allow others to drive us away from it?
Be that as it may, it is dangerous here right now, and I'd rather have you safe than, oh, I don't know, comfortable or whatever argument you wish to bring up. This is ridiculous, Hana. We shouldn't be discussing this. You need to leave now. Let me handle things here, Buttercup.
It is there and then that her expression turns absolutely horrific, and everything turns to complete and utter shite. I just want to see what the journal says before we move on. Hana's body shudders and shakes as if she's about to have a seizure, until her visage ripples and changes. Golden yellow hair is slowly stained with inky black. And her face melts into that of the woman, the maid from before, with a menacing expression on her face. Along with it is the shifting of the very ground we stand on. It's a slow thing. A whisper more than a bang as the darkness creeps into every corner of the room. What are you trying to imply, Tug? While Mariana's been trapped in a dungeon for the past 3 days, she's allowed to be a little exhausted. The walls shudder and groan. Blood runs from the ceiling, crawls down the walls, and stains the floor. It feels as if life itself is being sucked from the house, slowly but surely. The beauty of the place is gone, with only the dead, decaying remains of a mansion left in its wake. I don't have to wonder if it's just a foyer that's become this nightmarish place. I can already hear it. Gone are the growling of thunder and the lashing of rain and wind against the foyer's high windows. All of it has been replaced by a more grating sound. A cacophony of voices from nowhere and everywhere, echoing throughout the now horrid walls. Voices that neither belong to us nor the people who live here.
What's going on?
All throughout the house, shouts of alarm and surprise ring out, a mirror to the horror creeping up in each of us. Who wouldn't be shocked? This is insane. At the sight of it, Lily trembles, hugging herself closer, while Steel and Feathers stand protectively in front of her. Good night, Joey. Hope you sleep well. Thanks for being here. Brave of them, I have to admit, to put themselves in the front line like that. Though it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't feel the same fear as the rest of us. Something I don't blame them for. There seems to be no end in sight to this insanity. If anything, this only feels like it's the beginning of the end.
Help me! Oh my god! Please, somebody! Anybody! Who are you? Stay away!
No. Stay away. Stay away.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook.
That was Rebecca!
This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight.
Oh my god, so holy shit, all the talking we're hearing right now is the victim's final words? Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Their screams fill the mansion. She laughs all the while, a harsh, agonizing sound that goes on for what feels like forever. Until there's nothing but silence. Her horrid smile and pale hands reaching out to me. Calling, beckoning, pleading. I'm terrified. I really am, like I should be, but I have never been the one to truly stay afraid. I've long learned that fear will not get me anywhere. Cowering in a corner doesn't keep me safe, and it will not keep me alive. Not like rage does. I've learned to use this burning hate inside of me to survive. There's no difference now.
Stay away from me!
Why do you wish to leave? This is where you belong, my lord.
Yes, Akali, as far as we know.
Remember the blood we share? This is your home. Don't you remember? You promised to return, to stay together with me, with us, with people no different from you.
Don't listen to her, she lies. I promised no such thing to anyone. We bought this house weeks ago. How should I know what she's babbling about? I never even wanted to be here in the first place.
A terrible case of mistaken identity. That must be it. I'm quite sure of it. I don't know this woman, this monster. Why would I say that to someone like her? In my entire lifetime, I'd only made and kept sincere promises to merely 2 people. Hannah Evans and Eleanor Chandler. No one else. The rest of those who claim I promised anything to them can go fuck themselves. Bloody hell, I might enjoy the company of women, but I'm not an idiot to start spouting such nonsense to anyone. A line must be drawn, especially if I am to keep myself alive. Yet he still goes on, insists, making me appear a liar in front of these people.
Of course you still deny it. Have you truly forgotten?
I'll explain later, T'Challa, once we're done with all this.
You haven't changed, I see. Still a deceiver.
She's lying!
You see, my love, nothing has changed. Still no difference, you and I. just like the rest of us. Just like every single soul in this putrid wreck. We've waited for so long. You can hear them, yes? Their pleas, their calls, their invitation. Come, my lord. The house seeks its master.
She, the monster, reaches out again. Her hands a gory, abhorrent sight, along with that of a smile spread across her face. My body's already moving on instinct. Stumbling back one step at a time in a desperate bid to be away from her. Anything to put distance between me and this vile creature. No matter what she says, I am nothing like her. I need to get out of this house, out of this country preferably. There's nothing for me here, not anymore, nothing to keep me tied to this place. With Hana beyond saving, no longer the same woman I knew, and Shroken likely taken by this woman, nothing left to bind me to this wretched city. I can leave, I can... My foot steps on something, sending me sliding to my back and flat on the floor. Beside me, a paper, familiar one, flutters down. It's this thing again, from the open house, though it feels less like a gimmick and more like a threat, what with recent events. It must have fallen from one of the peasants in the commotion earlier. For a moment, they appear conflicted to see it in my hands, but wisely keeps their opinions to themselves, leaving the damn thing to simply bear its grisly message for everyone in the room to see. Help me. Help me. Help me. Is this it? What they've been telling us? Why everything in my life has gone to shite because of some stupid old letter? An invitation, indeed. One I'm not willing to accept. Not any time. From the top of the stairs, the creature moves again, drawing my attention back to her. Her gait remains slow and awkward as she walks forward, that smile never leaving her. But I don't. I won't give her that chance. I am not dying here. I am certainly not giving myself to a hideous creature like her, either. Adrenaline kicks in, and despite panicked gasps and worried glances from the other people here, I pay them no mind as I reach for the main door and... Without warning, it slams open, revealing not the mansion grounds like I'm expecting. Before my mind can even comprehend what's happening, black tendrils have already coiled tight against my limbs, dragging every person in the foyer into the room. None of us even get to scream when darkness completely envelops us upon the doors closing.
Understand where your place is now, my love.
Okay, so now that it's a little quiet, what happened, Lady Takala, with the butler is that Ash and his friends broke into the mansion to find answers, and the house started shifting. Like every time they walked through a door, they would be somewhere that they weren't supposed to be, and they ended up in the attic, and the butler was there and basically tried to kill Ash, and he basically implied that him and Luke had been killing a bunch of people before. And Isabella came and tasered him, and they handcuffed him to the bed to keep him away from them as they tried to escape. And that's when they all ran into Luke in the foyer, which... Yeah, that was the scene that we just saw from Luke's perspective. And that's where Ashton's chapter ended. So yeah.
You belong here. Is it so difficult to grasp? We've been waiting.
There's a moment of panic when the feeling of the tendrils around my limbs finally dissipates. As soon as my eyes adjust to the darkness of the room and I'm on my feet, I'm reaching for my knife and holding it out, watching, waiting for every movement, using it as a way to put distance between me and these peasants. Who knows what they'll do now? We're all desperate to get out of this house. There's only 5 of us in this room, 3 of them friends at that. Though Mint has already gone loon, crouched in a corner and muttering to herself, you can't really say anyone's safe from her. If anything, she's the one I should watch out for. I cannot trust these people not to turn on me. I cannot trust anyone. Not anymore. Not after this. Despite the pleading look Lily shoots my way while they all huddle in a corner behind steel and feathers. But I have to remind myself that even people like her are capable of doing the unpleasant. She's the only human after all. It's never an excuse why even Hana has her cunning, manipulative moments. Though she does it much subtler than I. Why else would Lily show this to us that day if not to save herself? I guess that backfired on her now that she and her own friends are also stuck here. Still, I have every right to be livid. Everything that I built has fallen apart. All because these people came into our lives.
You! All of you! This is all your fault! If I've died to this bloody case, I'm taking you all down with me!
Hey now, Mr. Wright. I know the situation ain't good, but we have to calm down. We're all in the same boat here.
You shut your mouth! If it weren't for you, for this letter, for all of you, none of this would have happened! Hana would still be...
Suddenly, Min steps up and slaps the knife away from my hand.
How dare you! How dare you put that blame on us!
Without batting an eye, glaring at me as she might just rip my head off in this instant, said knife slides uselessly under the table, out of my reach. I've almost forgotten she's here. Her ramblings have faded away into the shouting. I should have also expected she's not the kind to submit, even under threat. Right now, all of us appear smaller, facing her anger.
Last I checked, we were only trying to save you from this!
And what of Lily over there? You were there when she showed us that paper. Are you saying she is responsible for this mess? For the lives this sorting letter took? Dragging other people into her own problems just so she could save her little sorry self? You think I haven't seen that before? Getting tired of your double standards, Mint.
This curse is an entirely different issue.
Yeah, because she's the only one who knows about the letter.
But knowing you and the kind of person you are, I don't doubt that even without that letter you would have...
Please stop! All of you stop this!
To hear Lily speak out loud, I can't say I'm not surprised. She's always given me the impression of someone so meek from the moment that I met her, either from her inexperience or her station in life. She's never struck me as someone fitting to be a real estate agent. Until now. Quietly, she puts herself between me and Mint, cutting whatever scathing words we've yet to hurl at one another. The way she glares at me reminds me a little of the way my own mum would look at me. Particularly when I've done something wrong. And it's not a scare she's unused to showing. She's done this before, probably to a younger sibling. Huh. If she only sees us now as a pair of squabbling kids and not two mature adults, well, that's only to be expected. No doubt that's how she sees us. For a long moment, there's only silence in the room. Steel, the big oaf, doesn't even dare break it. Neither does Feathers. With both merely watching us, bunch of wimps, these men. Not that it matters when Lily starts speaking again after some of the anger and tension is lifted from the room.
Stop this, please! With or without that damn piece of paper,
A deep breath. An exhale, and then she closes her eyes, a crease forming between her eyebrows while she grips her hand tightly in front of her.
We still would have ended up in this mess.
The atmosphere that descends into the room right after that. Admission is anything but pleasant. Can I call it that? An admission? It seems like it from the way her eyes nervously flicker between her friends and I. She appears to know more than she lets on, and how she makes herself appear smaller after dropping that bomb on us doesn't sit well with me. And patience is something I don't have the luxury of having right now and bestowing upon other people. What else does this girl know? What else is she not telling us? Because from the looks of this, even her friends have no idea what she's talking about. Unwilling to wait, I grab her arm before she retreats without explanation, waving the letter still in my hand in front of her.
Ow! Sir, you're hurting me!
Hey, hands off her, right? Fuck off, Feathers. I have questions for your friend, and she better have the answers. Then stop taking it out on every single person.
Your friend is hiding something. She struggles for a moment, but my hold eventually forces her to look up at me. Fear and uncertainty spreads across her features, especially when her eyes land on that damn paper. As much as I want to be considerate right now, I want answers.
What do you mean, Lily?
I'm not sure about it.
Don't give me that, you know something!
Ow! Please, sir. I know the paper's useless, okay?
At the mention of a letter, without warning, Min snatches the paper out of my hand. It's a miracle it didn't rip right there and then. But the way she glares at it, I think she made one to do exactly that.
We should have gotten rid of this thing! We should have burned it at the first opportunity we got!
No, even if we rip it to shreds, it won't do anything. I think...
You don't know what I've seen, Santos. There were children! Victims! All because they had no idea what this thing will do to them! Oh god, those poor souls! They were screaming and begging before she...
Then what about those people they mentioned in the news lately? All those who died? My coworkers? The open house clients? None of them had seen it. Even Rose. And yet they're all dead. I should know. That letter has been with me since I picked it up. And I swear I didn't make copies of this thing. Even if I wanted to save myself, I wouldn't do that to my friends. Or anyone.
Is that what the trip to BRC was for?
Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you guys until I was certain. None of you believed me the first time. I had to find proof.
And yet we're all here! Are you taking me for a fool, Lily?
I have to go with whiskey on this. Who knows how many has already seen this before you found it? This cursed thing has to go!
We would have ended up here either way. Maybe? I really don't know. Sir, please. All I know is that paper isn't the reason why all of this is happening. There's something else that...
This place.
Steele has been quiet this entire time. The sound of him talking, however whispered it is, still manages to catch us all off guard. We all pause, turning to him with likely the same question in our eyes.
What?
Oh, I just thought... I mean, it's a straight thought, right? Don't take my word for it.
It's a possibility that Rose saw the note, but even so, I don't think the note has anything to do with it either.
No, it might be something. What about this place, Zach?
There's a still moment where he hesitates, but Lily's urging eventually spurs him into speaking.
I was just thinking, maybe Ash is right for why you went here. This is where Bella found that thing, right? And then this.
It was just a hunch, Zach. We were not getting anywhere. But just because we went here doesn't mean we will find all the answers we need here. Hell, now we're stuck here.
Regardless, Steele pauses, allows Lily to remember. Soon enough, whatever it is dawns on her, and her face lights up with something like hope. Of all things in this nightmare, hope? Her head snaps up as she reaches for Steele's arm to give it a squeeze. A reassurance or a confirmation? The meaning is lost, even to Feathers who glances at them, baffled.
Isabella, what are you...
Ash, it's this place. Think about it.
What? You mean we burn this place down?
I still think we should get rid of this letter before we start thinking of destroying a place with some historical value.
Kylie went back home to her parents like yesterday.
What? No? We are not burning a multi-million-pound mansion, you peasants! I just spent a fortune on this! Bloody fucking hell! Not only do I have trespassers on my property, but they're also arsonists!
How dare they suggest something like that? Bloody peasants. My head's already aching just listening to them. To think this is all the solution they could come up with? I should have just stabbed all of them and made a run for it. It doesn't help that each second we spend talking here, the crazier this place gets. The voices have become louder and somehow sounding more vicious. If the things in this room start floating, mark my words, I will fucking flip out. And they may not be thinking of it right now, but eventually, they'll turn on me. Such is the nature of humans. Better find a way out of this place as soon as possible, if I want to stay alive. Fuck, I still have so much to do. None of our choices seem sound, but who knows? We don't understand a shite about this place. Might as well try everything, yeah? Whatever works. If I also have to be the one to make that bloody decision, so be it. Less room for errors with the only sane one doing the thinking. On the off chance that I'm wrong, well, they suggested it. I agree, Hope. The background sounds are so good. And I cannot believe that this is a choice. I say burn the mansion. That's been my theory for so long, that the mansion is connected to it. But at the same time, I don't think that's necessarily gonna solve anything. We're gonna do it, but I don't think that's gonna solve the entire ghost thing. I am going to regret this, I will. But with these cries growing louder, this has become the easiest decision I have ever made. I'm getting tired of hearing her sobbing, really. It's just irritating. Isn't she getting tired of it? Besides, someone has to act fast. Think fast. And what else is the root of the cause of our problems but this place where the letter was found? No need to make things more complicated. It started here, why not end it here? But if what Lily said is true, then there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to this madness before someone thinks of putting this blasted place up in the market. When I get out of this place, I swear I am suing a bunch of people. Run that estate company to the ground if need be. We spent millions, damn it. Millions. With a sigh and perhaps a heavy heart, I open one of the drawers in my study table, taking a bottle of liquor out for myself, then passing it on to every occupant in the room. Hold up. They're gonna leave the mansion first, right? They're not gonna burn themselves in the mansion, right? They accepted, but not without a look of protest or a confused glance my way. It does shut them all up, so maybe I've done something good. Even more when I pop the cork off the bottle and pour its contents onto the floor.
Well, what are you simpletons waiting for?
We waste no time dousing the whole room, the smell of alcohol filling the air. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they're more than eager to set this whole place on fire. And the blaze catches easily in this room when I set it alight, using the blasted paper as kindling. They do burn the paper as well, don't worry. Hi, Hulak! Yes. Yes. With the whole place drenched with wine and all manner of things alcoholic, I've been hiding from Hana. The small fire soon turns into an inferno. In a matter of seconds, we're out the door. That's literally what they did, Akalia. He used the letter to light the fire. They did leave. It doesn't lead exactly where I'm hoping it will. Although ending up in the kitchen does give us more reason to play like a bunch of pyromaniacs. Fishing the liquor stocks from the cupboards, we also do the same thing we've done to the study. Door after door in every room we pass, pouring bottle after bottle of expensive aged liquor, and setting everything on fire, only leaving once a blaze has started in earnest. When we run out of liquor, we simply drop the bottle and take one off from the many nooks I've stashed one. His alcoholism came into the good use, apparently. And there's no lack of it here. The hard stuff, the shorts, the watered down kind. Gifts from distant relatives, friends, so-called friends, you name it. I made sure there's always one within reach.
How many of these things do you keep in this house?
It's not really important right now.
I always have a few bottles in the bedroom. You know, the parlor and the dining room.
Hope he has all the paperwork of his job somewhere else. What happened to Hana? She locked them in the study. She morphed into the ghost and locked them in the study.
You have problems, man.
Not the time, Ash!
Well, isn't this the time to discuss them?
Hana had called me out on this numerous times before, telling me off the same thing. I always told her she doesn't know the half of it before completely dismissing her concerns. Worrywart, that woman. Turns out it'll be useful now. Not to drown out my sorrows, but for this. Wonder of wonders. Though I suppose I can now say that it's also saved my life. But there's no time for some introspection now, because with each room we pass and burn, the place also becomes easier to navigate, as if it's slowly righting itself, returning to what it's supposed to be. Soon, we finally find ourselves standing before the main door. The strong odor of burning wood, cloth, and varnish alike wafts from under the doors of the rooms we previously torched, slowly filling the hall with a thick black smoke. Is Hana safe? Probably not. She morphed into the ghost and then she locked us in the study, and we haven't seen her since. I think that Hana is a lost cause because of the ghost. I think she's too far gone that we can possibly save her. The blaze has also started in earnest in every part of the house. I can already feel the heat seeping from the rooms I've set aflame. In a matter of minutes, flames will engulf the whole house. Fittingly, that's when she appears again before us. And they use the letter to, like, set fire to everything. Which means the letter is now burned, and they still see the ghost, so this is the right call. Has to be. Watching us from the top of the stairs, while her world goes up into flames around her. However, what catches my eyes is that expression on her face. Not the vile smile I've already grown accustomed to, or the one where her eyes gleam with complete hatred. He's gonna be beckoned to go up the stairs and join her and die. this one? Forlorn is the only one I can think of to describe it.
No, please. Help me. Help me, please.
Can the dead still feel? Can she hear us? Or is that merely another one of her tricks to trap us in this nightmare? Like this, however, she seems almost like the woman she used to be. I have to remind myself that she's no longer Hana. The woman I loved is gone, and who stands before us is nothing more than a pale imitation of who she used to be. And I don't waste any time pondering over it. Not with the exit just a few steps away. The door's finally open, and through it I can glimpse the world outside. Safety. However, I do turn, if only to see the last of her. A farewell more than anything. For all her attempts to lure me, draw me in, her wishes to be with me, she does not stop me when I finally run from this horrid place. Quietly, she disappears. Watching a multi-million-pound house burn before me. For some reason, nothing about this bothers me. Maybe it's that one last look on her face that changed it. Maybe it's what I've seen and heard inside. There's only a calm, a stillness. The same hush that comes after a terrible storm that swept the countryside. And with it is the sight of the sun rising above the horizon. Ever so slowly, the sky begins to lighten before my eyes. Darkness giving way to warm morning hues, soft rays spilling over the vast expanse of Luxborn's countryside. Nearby, the trees sway and rustle with the breeze, a passing draft that carries even into this room from the outside, cold enough to make me shiver. The remains of a storm that's passed. In the distance, I can hear the soft chirping of birds while the rest of the world stirs, wakes. Dawn, at last. We're free. I'm not too convinced that we've seen the last of the ghost. I am not 100% sure that we're never going to see the ghost again. And also, I think their unborn child was doomed the moment Hana became possessed. Just saying. Like the flames that engulfed the mansion that night, whispers quickly spread across Luxborn City after the incident. Officers who investigated it have simply deemed it an unfortunate accident, resulting in the deaths of innocent lives. Regardless of the truth, Luke Wright files criminal charges against Briar Realty Corporation after, for undisclosed reasons to the public, forcing the latter to declare bankruptcy. A move that's merely stoked the rumors further. But for those who still believe in the stories of the old, and those who have known the truth, it is but a testament to the curse and the secrets of the Ermengarde mansion was hidden for centuries. If there will come a time those will finally be revealed, only the ashes of the now ruined mansion know. However, on nights when the wind howls and thunder booms across the sky, some still claim hearing voices where it once stood. Of cries and wails that fill the night and desperate calls for help for anyone who dares listen. As for those who once dreaded halls... Okay. Although Luke Wright has won his legal battle with Briar Realty Corporation, another tech leak places him and Wright Enterprises under the spotlight months later. This time, however, with the then Chief Inspector Harvey Lee's sudden absence, the businessman isn't able to escape close scrutiny. An investigation headed by LPD's Detective Inspector Ashton Frey, all of Wright Enterprises' illegal business dealings within the past 10 years come to light. Although his involvement with the other crimes is still being investigated, the disclosure has caused a huge outcry, especially from the city's business sector. Sued on multiple grounds, the company is ultimately forced to shut down. Meanwhile, to avoid public outrage, the one affluent businessman immediately leaves the city. All of his bank accounts have been emptied, including his Luxborn apartments, leaving not a single trace or clue where he might be hiding. The last anyone has seen of the man was on a flight bound for Ireland. Till this day, no one has heard from him, even his people from the old Wright Enterprise, who has all been left to deal with the aftermath. Skibbles, we finished! This is the epilogue! It's... Yeah. I'm not kidding. And we ended up seeing 0% of Luke's chapter. 0%. 0. I don't know if you want to recap or if you want to go back and watch the VOD. Sorry. Though, over the past few months after the situation has calmed, some have made claims of spotting him fitting in and out of the city. If only to check on those he has left behind. Oh god. Months after her recovery, Marianne McCullough heads back to her homeland, ready to close a chapter of her past she has left hanging for so long. There, she visits Lorraine's grave, asking for forgiveness from the girl she once loved, something she has intentionally avoided for years. In spite of this, a different regret still clings to her, one that she's been left by what she's witnessed inside the Ermengarde mansion. They burned the mansion down and they managed to escape. We had the choice, and as far as I recall, the only choice we made as Luke was we had the choice to burn the mansion down or burn just the letter down, and we decided to burn the mansion down because, as I predicted, the mansion was the cause of the ghost, not the letter. No, Marianne is Irish, so she's in Ireland as well. So I'm glad you caught that, Skibbles. Another thing. We heard remember when we heard like the cries of everyone screaming, help me, get away from me, all of that inside the mansion? When we were doing that, we also heard Rebecca and her final words before she died. Which means that all of those screams and those cries were probably the cries of people who had been killed by the ghosts. She never returns to Luxborn after, leaving her interior design company in the hands of the secretary instead. But with her absence, the business eventually declines, until they're forced to shut it. Unexpectedly, she turns to music years later, hoping it'll someday drown out the voices and the gruesome memories still lingering in her head. Need to play some White Out with Portia to calm down? Aww. I'm not crying. I don't think this is a sad ending. I feel like we, I don't know if we could have done anything better. I mean, everyone ended up alive apart from Rebecca, who died a lot earlier. Let's see. By some stroke of luck or an unfortunate circumstance of fate, Marianne encounters Luke Wright once again, almost a year after she returned home. She meets the man in a local marketplace, newly settled, fumbling, and confused. Although her opinion of him remains ambivalent at best, she reluctantly offers to help. Especially after seeing him stumble on his Gaelic more times than she deems acceptable. And it becomes a start. Not to a close friendship by any means, but perhaps something akin to it. And on better days, when vitriol and scratching words don't get in the way, there's only the pleasant companionship one offers to one another. Casual visits to others' homes, sharing a bottle of wine or two, or simply talking about anything under the sun. A comfort after their mutual loss. Something they both eventually learn to appreciate with time. And all of these, of course, depend on what you have done earlier. With help from family and friends, Zachary Steele is soon able to open a photography studio of his own. Something he's only dreamed of having as a child. Although he still hopes to get back to making indie films someday, client work and small projects has kept him mostly busy. Hectic as it may be, he can only be glad for the amount of work pouring in. Hi, Nippy! It has made moving from the incident in the Ermengarde mansion easier, if not faster. Even with his success, he still hasn't forgotten what he's lost during that time. But while there are still nightmares, with support from his family, his doctor, and his drive, the dark images have finally turned into pleasant dreams. He's aware he won't ever truly forget, but he's no longer running away. At times, when he's not busy, or after a hard day's work, he thinks there's another story from the big screen to be told in that. An idea he may soon turn into reality once his time affords it. With her newfound courage, Isabella Santos finally chooses to pursue what she really wants for herself. Having made enough to keep her family afloat for a few years, and with their blessing, she quits her job at Briar Realty Corporation and takes a scholarship offer from the local university. Though remarkably out of practice and unsure if she'll be able to keep up by the time she returns to university, she finds her feet soon enough with help from people close to her. And with her confidence in her skill growing, so do the number of people recognizing her and her work. It doesn't take long for several award-giving bodies to take notice of her. For all her accomplishments, however, she's never truly forgotten what happened at the Ermengarde mansion. Nor what she has lost. The images still remain in her, and on particularly unpleasant nights, terrors continue to visit her dreams. She knows those won't ever disappear from her life. It's become part of her in the same ways death has permanently taken from her. However, she's no longer afraid. And with a brave face, she carries on, earnestly wishing that someday she'll be able to paint brighter, more vivid thoughts on her canvas. An honest portrayal of life and hope amidst the fear. Aww. I'm not sure if I'll start New Vegas Left, Simon. To be honest, I'm not super excited to start it, so I might hold on a little bit. More than a year later, once everything in their respective lives have been settled, Zachary Steele and Isabella Santos finally hold their first exhibit together. A project that has been in the making for almost 2 years, after the photographer casually brought it up to the other artist. While merely intended as a small event, it's been surprisingly attended by several members of Luxborn's upper class and art enthusiasts. Although only a few pieces have been meant for sale, the show has brought a prominence to Zachary and Isabella's names in the city's art scene. It has since been followed by several other exhibits by the two, both in and out of the city. Currently, they're planning to hold their first show overseas. Yet even with this unexpected, overwhelming fame, friendship between the two has remained strong. You might have lost a little weight, yeah. Whole consequential branching path story right there. Yeah, definitely. I tried Danganronpa, Nippy, and I didn't like it. I played it for about 2 hours, and I just didn't like it, so I'm not sure if I want to commit to playing that on stream. Theirs, after all, is a bond that goes beyond merely partners in a small project. He's her family as much as she is his. Following his success in bringing Luxborn's firm case to a close, Ashton Frey receives a recommendation for transfer to Luxborn's lead agency against organized crimes. An endorsement equally backed by the newly appointed successor to the late Chief Inspector Lee, Abigail Harris. Knowing he'll have more resources, leeway, and a bigger chance at ultimately bringing Luke Wright to justice, Ashton Frey accepts. He still warns the people close to him against Wright and his associates, but only a friendly reminder now more than anything. Though he does worry, he believes they are wise enough to know what they're doing and trust their judgments. For now, he's decided to leave the evidence and the law to speak for itself, and take care of the man once the proper time comes. Nowadays, police work and operations keep him busy, sometimes taking him away from the city he grew up in for days on end. A rare thing for him to enjoy once upon a time. Yet this time, he never loses his drive. Simply growing more determined after having finally found a clear purpose, closer to rush and excitement he dreamed of as a child. Although Ashton still keeps mum about specific details of his work, his experience with the curse has slowly taught him how to open up. Especially to those who he knows that genuinely care for him. He still has a long way to go, he knows that, but for the sake of the people who are still with him, those who have chosen to stay, as well as what he lost, he hopes that there will come a day where he no longer has to hide behind his own lies. A day where he's no longer afraid of facing the truth in his own words. It was just before you came back, Skibbles. Literally. On his days off, Ashton is usually seen loitering around Zachary Steele's studio, either to help him out on one of his pet projects, or exasperating the other man's on a purpose. Either or, it's mostly the latter. At certain times, he'll volunteer to model for one of Zach's projects, in spite of the photographer's reassurances that it's not needed. Regardless, Ashton insists, before complaining how meticulous the whole process is hours later, to Zach's utter amusement. Though sometimes, they may get into small, trivial arguments, things have stayed cordial between the two. If anything, the ordeal they've both gone through has merely strengthened a friendship the detective didn't expect to find in anyone. Between the lingering trauma and their measly attempts at normalcy, it takes a few months for the awkwardness to finally lift from both Ashton Frey and Isabella Santos. Of several weeks trying to find their voice and remembering how to act around each other, despite enduring affections. But once the unease fades, there's only their usual banter and rapport to fall back on. The casual talk and the friendly jibes. And for both of them, it's easy. Like breathing. Like coming home after another journey. A comfort in spite of the things they've gone through. Their days may still be filled with petty arguments and light teasing, but in the aftermath, when all has been said and done, something constant has already been forged between them. A quiet, steadfast thing they can both hold on to as they both carry on.
I knew the game was over before the rules were set. I've never been a winner. I didn't want to play. I thought there was a way out, but there's no exit from this maze, where every path is the wrong turn and every choice is a mistake. I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to everyone I care, until there were no...
Hana was super possessed and morphed into the ghost, or into her, and locked them in the study, which is where they decided to burn the mansion. The real letter. I unlocked an achievement called the real letter. Let's see what happens if we just burn the letter. Just out of curiosity. You were reading that? Well, too late. Burn the letter. It's an easy decision to make, especially with these cries growing louder. I'm getting tired of it, really. I simply have to act fast, think fast, and what else is the root cause of our problems if not that letter? No need to make things more complicated. It started from here, why not end it there? If what Mint has said is true, then there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to this madness before anyone can think of passing it on to someone else. Before the situation can stretch on far too long for my taste, I snatched the blasted paper away.
Give me that.
Oh, he burns it with her mom's lighter. I have no need for their opinions. In the next moment, I'm already setting the letter on fire. Oh. Oh, that's a cool visual. Doesn't take long for the thing to catch fire. It's old, for heaven's sake. Though I make sure none of the ashes end up on anything flammable. It'll be an inferno inside the study with all the books and documents stored here. The mansion doesn't burn up regardless, does it? Not that a big flame's anything to worry about in this case. In fact, in a matter of minutes, the damn thing is turned to ashes on the floor. With nothing left to burn, though, the fire dies. Fades into thin air with the whiff of a smoke, leaving only the awful scent of burned paper in the room. But as the last of the paper turns into cinders, a sharp, agonized wail echoes from somewhere in the mansion, before quickly dying out, taking with her the horror she has brought upon the mansion. Slowly, before our eyes, the mansion changes again. Blood fading from the walls, ceiling, and the floor. The mirror is back. Returning the place to its old beauty. Gone is the darkness, quickly replaced by artificial lights in the room. Even the smell of blood and gore has completely disappeared from the room. Perhaps the only thing undesirable left are the dumbfounded looks they're giving me.
See? Wasn't that easy?
Are you shitting me? It's not that easy.
For fuck's sake,
it's not that
easy.
easy.
Get your heads checked. How did you all make it this far in life with that kind of thinking? Well, you can all thank me later for this. You may now show yourselves out of my property before I call the police on you simpletons.
I walk out of the study without a single glance back at them, more than eager to finally get some fresh air. They can find their way out of this place, I'm sure. I better not catch them here again, though, or I will not be happy. I mean, I'm okay with our ending, but if this just solves everything, I will be very disappointed. I will be very disappointed. The resultant dialogue changes if you've already done the other one? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. There are so many... Oh, we've seen 7% now. Okay, that's good. 7%. Are you shitting me? No. Are you shitting me? For undisclosed reasons to the public, the mansion is put back on the market months later. Well, it's gonna come back though, right? While Briar Realty Corporation faced criminal charges filed by the one Luke, right? Ah, bankrupt. Those who still know the truth. If there will come a time when those will finally be revealed, only the hollowed walls of the mansion knows. It's the same. It's the exact same. I am so deeply upset about this. I'm looking up what the third ending is. There was a third one, right? So from the beginning, like the only... Yeah, there are more endings, but it's just... Ah, good night, Lady Takala. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm just gonna look through the... Someone made, like, chapter branches that show literally every single option. For the true ending, Ash needed to die? Where are the true endings on this path? You need to kill Hana, Ash, and Marianne. Hana can die, blah, 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 blah. But keep Isabella alive. And Zack must live. Okay. And Rebecca must live. Oh boy. I agree, Simon, that the true ending is whatever you get from playing the game naturally, but there is one, the true ending is the one where the story actually comes together and it actually reveals. If you get the true ending, you unlock an additional memory fragment that you can't get in any other way, and that apparently like gives you even more information, I guess. Good night, Thordelokin. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. I'm just gonna... Yeah, that's it. That's it. You can read it now, Skibbles. How's that? So I'm not going to play this game more on stream. I know with myself that I don't get nearly as much enjoyment out of playing games like this a second time, so I'm going to complete the game. As in, I'm going to try to 100% it. On my own time. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I've enjoyed playing this, though. Immensely. It's been a very, very, very fun game to play. And it's taken a while, but I think it's been worth it. I think it's been well worth it. More than always, someone else might have gotten it wrong, naturally. I need a minute. Thanks, Tug. Thanks, Akalia. I am very glad that someone else enjoyed this this game as well. It's not the kind of game where people will normally be as engaged, I guess. Aw, Skibbles. Thank you so much. You guys are incredibly kind, and I was worried about playing this game because, like, I've mentioned it many, many times, but like, it doesn't have an audience on Twitch. It's if I was basing this based on numbers alone, I wouldn't keep playing this. And that's just, like, seeing from... If you just think about the numbers, I would have quit, like, after the first or second time playing this. But I'm very glad that I didn't, and I am very glad that we made it to the end, and I'm very glad that you guys have all been with me throughout everything. I really appreciate it. I've had so much fun with this, and it's been an experience, to say the least. Even after the slow start. Yeah, it was a very slow start. And I was skeptical after the first chapter. I was skeptical. I didn't know what to expect, and here was the chain letter thing. I didn't realize what kind of game it would be, and I'm very glad that we played through the whole thing. Like I said, I'm not gonna play the rest of this game or 100%ing it on stream because that's not gonna be fun for anyone to see. Because it involves just a lot of skipping around and just making all the choices, not reading any of the dialogue. Gone through a war with all of you guys who've been regulars with this, right? That's kind of what it feels like. But I'm very glad that you guys have all stuck with me through all of this. I have some things that I need to do, so it's actually fairly fitting that it's not a super duper long stream today. Don't worry, I'm not gonna stay up until 3 AM, but I'm gonna get some rest. Aww. I'm so glad I have you guys. Brothers and ghosts. I like it. I love it. So, now that all of this is done and we're done with the letter, I will keep recommending this game to people. We will raid someone, and we will raid Indie Kebab, who has been extremely generous with his host this way. In the last couple of weeks, he is a really, really awesome guy. He is playing some Danganronpa, so if you're interested in that, you can check it out on his channel. He is very, very fun and very engaging, and thank you, Tug. He's a fellow mellow fellow. He's on my stream team, and there's a lot of really awesome people there. So if you want to join for the raid, please do. I hope you all have a fantastic night, and I will see you guys later. Thank you again so much, and good night.